Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doovid. I'm your host, Jed Church of Entropy. Happy to be here this Sunday, May 29th. Hopefully the weather is getting good and that's something to feel good about during these possibly somewhat uncertain times. I admittedly am a bit, um, I don't want to say tired, but on some level, I'm a bit spent after my debate. So, yeah, apologies in advance if it's not as organized as it could be. I'll hand it over to you, David, for the introductions. Thanks for being with us here again this Sunday.
Okay, great. Yeah, good to be back. Thanks, Jennifer. It's warming up. I planted flowers at my parents' house. Hopefully, I'm going to make my mother first flower garland of the season tomorrow. Try to post a picture of that on Facebook. Nothing particularly exciting this week, but I did have I did go to another technology show, the injection molding, and I didn't write a blog post, but Jennifer had her debate on modern day debate, so I wanted to go straight into screen share. If you give me the full screen, and so I could get these links off my desk, so I have some interesting things to share as usual. So I think next week I'm going to hopefully write a blog. It takes a lot of work to write, mostly research. So I didn't successfully um, put together a blog this week. I think I started my research. I'm going to try to write next week on critical theory, the precursor to critical race theory, but the Frankfurt School and critical theory. So I have some notes. I already read a book and a half on it, and there's a lot to it. It's actually pretty interesting. It's a precursor to cognitive dissonance, and it's pretty related to theories of consciousness. I mean, in some ways, critical theory is a theory of consciousness. But let me share these links. So here's my blog in general on the chess server. So just randomly, I skimmed through a book. This is called The Theory of Constraints, and it's kind of like a business self improvement model. Maybe similar to Six Sigma or various business improvement models. And the reason I found this was because it had trees. It has present trees and future trees, and it focuses on mapping out and then mapping out constraints, and then based on figuring out what the constraints are, how to best make efficient or improve business processes. But it has continuing process of ongoing improvement that it calls POOGI, POOGI, process of ongoing improvement. And it uses a method of mapping, which was why I looked it out and looked onto it. So it's probably a reasonably good uh, business process. I guess there's a thinking process, theories of constraints, also, focusing on like what's to change, what to change it into, how to cause the change, and various things. So people could look more into that if that's interesting. God forbid, I think Chris, uh, the UK Groiper, who was on Week in Review like a month ago, invited me onto his show, and he had his bank account canceled. God forbid, he's caught up in right wing politics in the UK, and so he's in my Discord group, and he shared, God forbid, that he had his bank account canceled. He had Simon Webb on his channel from the History Debunked, which I guess was a pretty big stream. Maybe had to take it down. Yeah, so Simon Webb, History Debunked, arguing about Zionism. So I got him quite a few views on his channel. Here randomly, I saw this on Vice News. I did the Offspring song a few weeks ago talking about degeneracy and the song self-esteem. And so I find it interesting, the lead singer of Offspring, Dr. Dexter Holland, went back and got his PhD in microbiology, and he was a keynote speaker at a medical school graduation. So even though Offspring, sold that 11 million copies, 5 platinum records, he had dropped out of his graduate studies to be a rock star. And then I guess after the band faded down, he went back and finished his PhD. So good for him. Here was something randomly I found this: a rational divine outline, a scientific theory of the soul, quantum consciousness, OKR. And he sounded somewhat similar to Jennifer, and he was talking about death and reincarnation.
Can you just tell us the date real quick? Can't quite see it.
This is from this week, May 24th.
Thanks.
And he was talking about his interpretation of OKR, specifically that the quantum entanglement would be able to save the information post-death. That after the body dies, the brain dies. That through quantum consciousness, that somehow the information, as Jennifer would put it, the key elements of the personality would. He talked about it more in terms of information theory. So as close as I've heard someone say to kind of Jennifer's idea, because that's not part of the mainstream Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis. That maybe they would leave it open. So hi Bubblebee, thanks for tuning in. First one in the chat. So if someone wants to check that out, or Jennifer wants to check it out, it wasn't a great video. It was, but he does say very similar to what Jennifer said. Not too many. He's only got 439 subs. I'll make a quick comment.
Well, that other thing I sent you, or the one thing I sent you on Spotify, did you happen to listen to that? It had a lot of my talking points in it. Obviously, I don't think they're uniquely my talking points here. But did you check that one out at all?
No, I didn't have a chance to watch that. I've been doing a lot of research.
Oh yeah. Have you been was that what you were up to all week, or just started when you messaged me last time?
Well, I basically do research all week. So, and I'm not a Spotify member, so I think you sent the link on Spotify, and so I'm not on Spotify, so I wasn't going to join it just to watch that.
I don't think you have to join it. You just push play. I mean, I didn't join it, but anyway,
Oh, you don't have to join.
It's fine. No worries.
Yeah, I've never used Spotify, so you sent a Spotify link, so I didn't end up
I don't
watching
think I've signed into it either. I was able to just play the audio, but anyway, yeah, this was a good one for sure. I really enjoyed it.
If it didn't offer 2-speed, I probably maybe did offer 2-speed.
Yeah, I was just thinking maybe because you didn't have your favorite. Would you listen to it in 3-speed if you could?
I have a hard time with 3-speed. A few things that I like, there's not much value in. I've listened to it as much as 4-speed, but it's hard. Anything. I mean, I listen to almost everything in 2-speed, so that's basically my default.
I honestly get annoyed at a certain point if I'm doing it, for most people, but some people, if they have a really calm and comfortable cadence, I can get on board with like a 1.5. But yeah, that's aside. Did you have any comments about the video?
Why I didn't watch it.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, the Philip Goff was on Brian Keating, and interesting conversation. I've been mentioning that his here they talk mostly about his book Galileo's Error, and kind of the creation of modern science and separation of mind and order. So maybe we'll get more into this related to Jennifer's debate and empiricism. And,
one thing I could note about what Goff says is that at first it sounds really good, and the more he goes into his own theory, it does appear that there's it sort of falls off the trail of understanding at a certain stage.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if he has a theory. I mean, just talking general panpsychism. Um,
I
what is
think he said something to the effect of it's a class of models, and he is open to a subset of those classes based on certain conditions. Just based on his phrasing, he's like, I'm not opposed to that, or I would support this. So it seems like he's acknowledging that there's a bit of a meta structure of models where a class of models would have a higher cardinality intuitively than just a model. So whether that is enough to simulate predictions, and it is, but that's he doesn't really seem to have gotten to that point. But I am glad at least that it's at this point. So of saying that materialism. I'm wondering whether there's any substantial difference between materialism and empiricism, practically speaking. So that'd be something I'd be interested in talking about.
Yeah, I mean, he's the history of science and the philosophical framing of science, and talking about consciousness with a philosophical framing to science. Let alone if he has his own theory or if he's just defending the possibility within the realm of so, but he has became one of the bigger names, and making the rounds. So here he is with Brian Keating. God forbid another mass shooting in the U.S. Um, Tragic. JF talking about a psychological profile. Um, his conclusion it's some form of fame seeking, and that most of these people plan it out.
So like
And
basically a semen spraying model.
a what?
Semen spraying model.
A semen?
Well, it's metaphorical semen spraying. It's like everyone just wants to leave that one little stain on the proverbial ceiling of the motel of life. I'm sorry, I don't know how to put it more specifically than that. I'll think about it.
Um, I mean,
It's
God
just a
forbid. I mean, you're
generic.
referring to
Sorry, go ahead.
you're referring to sperm, not sailors.
That's
But
right.
yeah, I mean, there's multiple. I mean, JF with the general biological. Uh, saying he wants to reproduce. He was trying to impress a woman, even in a chat. But also the preparation, the copycat crime, and the
Well, it
likelihood
doesn't
that,
really fit a replicator model, does it? Because if you die, then you can't replicate.
well, I mean, that he's replicating previous crimes as a way of gaining fame, and
That
there.
contradicts a pure replicator model, was my point.
Well, I didn't mean replicate in terms of reproduction. I meant replicate like in terms of copycat crime. Um, Dutton talked about that today with Richard Spencer, and said that a lot of these people are schizophrenic, and they probably have a delusion that somehow it's going to work out for them, and then when they see it doesn't work out, they just kill themselves. But some sort of way of attack before being attacked, or a method of achieving fame, and then some sort of realization after they've already gotten into it that's not going to work out like they planned, and then turning to suicide. But God forbid, it's a common thing in America. It's a tragedy. It tough to know. Like the politics, all the news show today, gun control. I say that a cheapening of life, and so God forbid, um,
A
biggest news
cheapening in
show.
the sense of like it happens so much that there's an overexposure and a deadening of sensation. Is that what you mean?
Um, but I mentioned with Lipton Matthews, and just in general that like the predictive mind has a risk reward calculation. If it's automatic, if not like a conscious, maybe conscious or subconscious risk reward calculation to our decisions, and the cheapening of life means people are willing to take higher risks. So I've mentioned that with COVID-19 many times, just that so many people have died unexpectedly from a disease that it changes the risk reward calculation, so that normally, a person, although there's difficulties in life and jealousy and high birth and low birth and various factors, but that people feel that they're going to be able to reproduce and have a reasonably successful life. Therefore, they don't want to take high risk activities, and because they don't want to, uh, but as the potential reward is diminished, my chance of getting ahead in life, of being able to successfully reproduce, is diminished, then people will take exceedingly higher levels of risk. So, if that's in terms of revolution or violence, that under normal circumstance, that I wouldn't want to risk violence or revolution, uh, breaking the law, public, being, bad, ostracized by society, that people would have a low risk willingness. But as the reward chances diminish, the likelihood that I'm going to get ahead in a normal way becomes diminished, then people will take a higher level risk. So, I mean, presumably, like, if you looked at the animal kingdom, meaning that, God forbid, if a person had to fight to the death and only had a 10% chance for survival to reproduce, that people would fight to the death, even just for that 10% chance to reproduce. Uh,
Right.
or to survive. But normal circumstances where you're saying, basically your average person, I mean, you're far below average person, even to retarded people have an extremely high chance of a marginally successful life and reproducing, that they're not going to risk something that will diminish that, put themselves in a high risk situation.
Okay, which is all presupposing that all anyone cares about is reproduction.
Well, whatever the risk reward calculation is.
Well, it will
So,
change depending on what people are making their judgments based on.
but it's saying, just as the chance of reward decreases or the risk increases, it will change the calculation. So saying, if I'm in a high percent chance of risk of death anyways, maybe just because some random disease, then maybe I'll be willing to take a higher percent chance of death, for other factors like crime, revolution, ego. Saying that, so COVID-19, God forbid, has killed.
Let's not go too much into these topics that get channels in trouble, if you don't mind. I don't know where you're
Yeah,
planning on taking this, but then I don't know if my volume. How's my volume doing it, everyone? How is
it's
it?
all right. There's some scratching. I'm not sure if you have, if you're, it looked like you, because you were on video for the modern day debate, if your thing hangs down as opposed to having like a piece
It's a
that's
new thing. Like, I don't even know if my audio. I don't even know which audio is being picked up right now, to be honest. Like, can you hear that?
well, you're having a bunch of scratching.
Does that sound like tapping though? If I do this?
Yeah, my guess is tapping, whatever it is, but
Okay, well, at least that means the audio is coming through. Is it still clicking now?
well, not in the last 5 seconds.
All right, great. So if I don't move at all, I should be good. Now there's the challenge. Don't move at all.
Well, I mean, usually that's why a lot of these headsets have a piece that holds it in front of your mouth. So if it's just hanging down, and you might want to look into that. It might not make sense to you just have something hanging on your neck, that if it moves, it's going to cause a tapping noise.
I was raised in the French part of Canada. I make, garish hand movements. I knock things over. I cannot have a microphone. There's just going to be another busted microphone. So that's out of the question now.
Right. So
I'll figure out a way to do
usually the
something
pieces have um, a piece that holds it over your mouth. Like, I mean, you might even be able to, get an attachment like that, because if it's just hanging down
Yeah.
and every time you move, it's going to tap.
Anyway, incredibly stupid takes from the materialists yet again. Speaking of matter-based words, I loved this one. I didn't quite
Welcome.
finish it yet. There's only so many hours in the day, but I did listen to a good bit of this one, and it was good so far.
Yeah, I mean, just to close up on the, God forbid, the tragedy, uh, there's multiple factors that have changed the risk reward calculation in a worse way, where people are more likely to assume higher levels of risk, and in many respects, the
Yeah,
amount of
we've been over this a million times. It's scarcity, but then I'm kind of always paranoid when these political events. So I don't even want to talk about these political events anymore, in a way.
well, I wasn't even
Because
going
what
to.
happened, to
I
Charles
wasn't even going
Manson.
to
I
give a
don't know
parallel.
how far behind, whatever.
I,
But
I wasn't even. I was just going to talk the
it's
pure
fine. I know.
risk
I know
reward.
you're not intending to say stuff that's going to put the
I'm
channel in
not even.
trouble, but
I'm
at
not
some
even going
point
to
you don't even
mention.
know anymore what it means for it to be,
Well,
whatever.
I'm not even going to give. I'm not even going to give a parable. I just give the pure metaphysics of risk reward, whatever it is, that diminished reward, increased risk changes calculations that people make. Okay, so Arjun here.
Honestly, I would call that an estimation, not a calculation.
Well, it's saying if it's something subconsciously that the mind does,
We can
no
agree
matter
that what
what.
we're doing is estimating. Calculating implies a certain level of sophistication that I guarantee you most people are not doing.
Well, no, I'm saying it's predictive mind, saying that the mind does it whether people are aware that their mind does it or not.
Right. And if
And
there's
so
no
it's
explicit way of
subsuming that
expressing it, you
there's
should
a
just
function
say
in the mind that
estimation.
performs a risk reward calculation.
Estimation.
I don't. I mean, you want to call it a calculation? It's an estimation,
An
calculation.
estimation doesn't necessarily involve an equals sign, whereas a calculation does.
Well, it'd be the same form of calculation that
No,
the
it
predict.
wouldn't be, because an
Well, I say
estimation
it'd be
doesn't
the same
necessarily involve
form
an
of
equation.
predictive. Be the same form of calculation the predictive mind would make in any other form of prediction.
But it's unclear the nature of the prediction being made. And this formalism is also sort of unclear if it's anything additional is being said, other than this presumption that everybody wants to replicate as much as possible, which I take issue with that as a hypothesis. I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah, but it's unnecessary. It's saying that whatever it is, there's been a change in the risk reward calculation. So if you want to say replication
Yeah,
is a reward, that
I don't
there
want to.
could be.
That's my point. I don't want to say that because I think most people are driven by social posturing. Obviously, replication
But
is
it's
part of that.
irrelevant what you're saying. I mean, if you want to make a complete model, but it's saying that's irrelevant. Whatever the rewards are, uh, they've been diminished, and whatever the risks are, they've been increased. So the exact nature of what the rewards are, uh, the totality of them, that there's been a change, that the rewards have been decreased and the risks have been increased, and therefore the calculation and such things like the willingness to use violence or make short-term decisions uh, increases. But I
The
mean, so that
mechanics of, I guess, zero sum.
well, that's why it says a calculation is not zero sum; it's a calculation.
Materialism is zero sum. That's the definition of materialism.
Um, Not sure about that.
Risk reward estimation, and doesn't that imply an optimization? And optimization is always accounting to some sort of limit, which I guess to me that's the same as a zero sum type of thing, but perhaps I've skipped too many steps.
No, I
And
don't think so. I mean,
hello.
zero sum is implying a winner takes all.
Oh no,
So
that's not what I mean. What I mean with zero sum is that if we have a bowl of soup for 5 people, then that soup's getting partitioned. It's like a conservation of mass is what I'm saying, zero sum. Not not a flip of the dice, one wins, one loses. The
well, I
general
mean,
notion of
replication
that.
is zero sum because say
That's
for
right. And then it's a question of, are people driven by materialism, to which the answer is largely statistically no.
Yeah, so I mean we're getting too off track, but I just make the comment
Sure.
to the news and the shooter and JF's interpretation about
Materialistic interpretations, bad ones,
um
is my opinion on that.
yeah, but I don't think my interpretation is materialistic. Even the risk reward calculation could include
Um,
spiritual
yes,
thing that even my statement about the change in the risk reward calculation um, doesn't have to be materialistic in nature.
you're right.
That the
It's more
risk reward
general. That's correct.
that JF's focusing on reproduction, but the varieties of risks and the variety of rewards, and just saying like the reason we're seeing more of this stuff is because the rewards have been diminished and risks have been increased, and therefore people are willing to assume a larger amount of risk for a lesser amount of reward. Yeah, so this was like a, God forbid, kind of like me and Jennifer on that, kind of like a bickering, like
Come
three
on, I
hours
loved it.
almost.
Just kidding. Sorry.
Yeah, but I mean just mid-level content where it's hard to say did you actually learn anything. Um, so the physicist and the Vedanta where um, majority talking past each other, but there was some interesting things shared, so I watched through that. So props to Arjun for having the continued programming, Shalom Room,
I'm just not
Skyworks,
sure how you could really make that
Titus.
conversation interesting because it's extremely vague to speak of matter. And then, you know, to go into any degree of depth about matter, you have to assume the metaphysics that interprets it. So, like a basic chunking language. So, did they actually make that point? Um, it was largely I don't want to say a historical review, but
Yeah, it was a
yeah.
poorly organized conversation, so it goes on, and it doesn't flow smoothly. But it was an important conversation, so people like that they could check it out. Um, your random cognitive dissonance. So you see here Max Blumenthal critique Bernie and the squad vote to continue the war in Ukraine, giving to give weapons to Ukraine, which from politics is not surprising. A lot of times, people in politics, get surprised by the people that they think are good, and then taking the opposite side of certain issues. But saying there's greater concerns that could be caused by low birth or certain reasons why the calculation, and so to say in this case, where Bernie and the squad are voting and agreeing that we should fund um, the war in Ukraine. Here's more the Monk debates, probably the biggest debate network on the internet. Monk debates, maybe the Oxford Union, but Monk debates probably from the biggest. And so they had John Mersheimer, one of the bigger names in criticism of U.S. policy towards Ukraine, and a senior diplomat from Poland talking about the war in Ukraine. So if people like debates, check that out. God forbid, I didn't stream with Charles. Not sure what his deal with. I called him Steve. Thanks for showing up. Not sure if you want to hop on and talk again this
I'm
week.
sorry, I don't want him on this channel.
Okay, you don't like that guy?
There's just
Oh,
nothing of value to contribute.
okay, well, welcome, Steve, anyways. So,
I think the days of having just random people on this channel is sort of over for me. Like, I don't want to have to be on the edge and paranoid that something's going to get said that's going to end the channel. It's like, after all this time to have it end because of that, something like that, it's just like, I just want to focus on scholastic stuff, and even the stuff with Charles. Like, yeah,
Yeah, so
let's
Charles'
not
main
even talk
YouTube
about too
channel,
much about what it was that about, because I don't want to bring heat on the channel, please.
the what?
I just don't want to talk about this too much because I don't want to bring heat on the channel for the second time.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so Charles' YouTube channel has been completely uh, shut down. Maybe as alternatives you could check out and see the reason. I mean, he wasn't even so coy about it. I would have streamed with him on Rumble or Alternative, and he really wasn't so clever about it. So it's not surprising. I mean, he could have um, went about it in a more intelligent way. He didn't, and his YouTube channel's been completely axed. So we'll see what goes on. I texted him; he didn't even respond. So we'll see what he wants to do. Um, going forward, be like Lowell, who took it off YouTube and is Rumble exclusive, which really Charles has been saying for like a long time, but he keeps on trying to get back onto YouTube. So now he's been axed. So we'll see what he does. Here was Keith Woods and Arville talked about the multiverse, and I mean, he's neither one of our scientists, but they both appeared relatively well read and understanding of the philosophical implications. And
Yeah, what did you think of it? What did you think of it? I don't know.
um, I mean, it was kind of basic that so not sure. There's not much to think about it. Saying that these are important topics to wrestle with, and it takes so much precursors in physics and philosophy, and I guess both of these guys are theists of some sort. If you're probably
Yeah,
Christian leanings, both of them. Uh, so just wrestling with these concepts. You know, I guess semi big name streamers, and then Arvil is one of the mainstream promoters of Platonism. I haven't watched his video. He's trying to promote a Platonic Academy. He wants to students send him students so that he could teach them about Plato and the Western tradition. And God forbid, he had Philosopher Cat on. Or she was mentioning she goes to the Hare Krishna. Used to go to the Hare Krishna temple. So it's somewhat streamers philosophical bent on these issues. So here's Andrew Yang and Yuval Noah Harari uh, talking about cultural changes, uh, public policy, and the future of work. And they note, God forbid, like the tragedy of this week, that um, leisure does not necessarily lead to a better society. Things like education, volunteering,
leisure. What does that even mean?
leisure.
No, I know, but what does it mean? What does leisure mean?
Um, I guess just
Like
mean
just
more.
free time, like playing video games and that and eating.
Well, leisure just literally means free time, but
Okay, just whatever
would
the
be
hell you want.
what they're talking
Yeah.
about in relation to technological change and automation. And actually, the week after next week is automation conference in Detroit. But in relation to automation and the uh, increased production, that there's increased leisure and how people would spend their leisure, and that you could presumably work to make society more productive, uh, higher functioning, but people with their leisure time uh, do not necessarily do what's, so to say, in their own best self interest. And in terms of like revolution and violence, even. So, they talk about volunteer activities. Women are more likely to volunteer or give back. I always encourage people like volunteer or give back. Uh, Not many people actually do it. Like Jews, bar mitzvah study, like a lot of liberal Jewish organization. Um, I would say that leisure is neutral because it's how you use it. That, but it could be a good thing, but it depends. It could be bad also because people use their negative time, their extra time for subversive activities. Uh, but the
Well, I
theory of
believe there's a saying, idle hands are the devil's plaything.
yeah, it might be a saying. I'm not sure, but yeah, that people use their leisure for subversive activity, for revolution, for societal change. Here they're both critics of the alt right, or so worrying about that. But just the pure automation, more free time, and then the unlikely, and then so it's just interesting. They're talking about uh, the problem that people don't actually do useful things with that free time. And speaking of that,
Yeah, useful things, the word useful implies in its own framework that more free time is desirable. So interesting.
well, it's neutral because time, what you do with the time, and even to put it good or bad, what is good or bad.
People don't
But
spontaneously seek virtue if the incentives aren't set up to that end.
yeah, it's unclear. You can't even set the incentives. So if it's just the nature, like the biblical curse that people have to toil. So here was a paper from a year ago, and I just saw it this week on an overview on anti-Semitic attitudes across the ideological spectrum, and it was some interesting findings. And God forbid, it shows that polling versus people who consider themselves left or right wing, and a trend to see an increase in anti-Semitism on the right and of more educated people. So you see like certain like anti-Israel sentiment, or even even things like philo-Semitism, more anti-Islamic sentiment on the right, uh, but that certain statements were highest on the right specifically, and then they were even higher among people on the right with higher levels of education. So it was an interesting survey, full 50-page research paper. So people that interest them could look into that. Some nice graphs and numbers. Here, Jennifer's debate on modern day debate. So we'll talk about that later. The chess boom on
Yay.
the chess boom on Twitch, is it over? So is it the numbers that after, I guess, the Queen's Gambit movie boom and the COVID-19 lockdowns and increased free time, that online chess was way up and online viewership for chess streamers was way up, and that's decreased significantly. It's down 75% in the last few months. Still higher than the pre-boom times, almost down to pre-boom times. God forbid, I was um, watched a video Christopher John Bjerkness, and it was on controversial topics and his usual thing, but he was mentioning this concept called propaganda of the deed, which his interpretation of the tragedy, but an old school method, a specific political direct action meant to be exemplary to others and serve as a catalyst for revolution, and so be more conspiratorial about the causes and origins of things, and assuming that there's conspiratorial actors causing
Oh
these
my
things,
God.
and the purpose of it is to cause a revolution.
Hi,
And
what? I'm sorry, I'm so confused. That guy, after that theory about the origin of Christianity, pretty much tuned out of what he said. This sounds somehow even more unhinged than that.
well, I mean, he has his usual conspiracy, just like Charles Moskowitz, where basically he interprets all conspiracies with the same villains
Mhm.
and the same purpose, not much nuance. But saying this political concept of propaganda of the deed is a general concept that doesn't have to apply to a specific take. Um, it has some Bolshevik communist origins of if it comes to a name of the founders, but I mean the idea uh, in some of these manifestos, the people, uh, the purpose of the deed is to inspire a breakdown of the system. So just a philosophical political concept. It's called propaganda of the deed. So people, their conspiracy theories want to be a little more technical. So I read this last week when I was going over um, the active interface, the free energy principle, Carl Friston, and the predictive brain.
Yeah, just
Uh,
aesthetically, I adore this word, ergodicity.
ergodicity. Ergodicity expresses the idea that the point of a moving system, either a dynamical system or stochastic process, will eventually visit all parts of the space that the system moves in a uniform and random sense. This implies that the average behavior of the system can be deduced from the trajectory of a typical point. So even though I was mentioning earlier about the change in the risk reward calculation, like the propaganda of the deed, but that be related to the predictive mind and the ergodicity of, specifically the active interface Carl Friston model, and have a mathematical order to it. And I guess ergon means work, and hodos means path, and it goes to Boltzmann, who is one of the origins of these the concept of the predictive mind, ergodicity. Okay, another Pew Research survey on Israel. It's going to be too big to fit in the chat. Numbers showing increased support for Israel and Palestine among Americans, so an increased support for Palestinians. So the general sentiment of positive feelings for Israelis went up a tiny bit, which was much higher historically than Palestinians. But the general positive sentiment for Palestinians has increased quite a bit in America. So not necessarily taking one side over the other, but a more positive sentiment towards both. It's very polarized, where there's a huge difference between the left and the right in the viewership of that issue. So I popped on Modern Day Debate, had a theism debate with logical probable
This was rough. I felt bad for that girl. I think would have been nice to see a little more affection, tension placed on the debater, and it was just sort of a big turned it into the Doovid show. Not that I don't love the Doovid show, but it was Floggable's channel after all.
Yes, I popped on to speak to him for a few hours. They did a post show. Um, I'm not sure if he came on my channel or your channel with the post show. I think it was on your channel.
He came on my channel, which had some trolling, which then I had to take down the video, which I then re-uploaded later. People can check it out. Him and I debated for like a while, and it's whatever. It was about the whole DNA genetic code thing. So, yeah.
So
He's
I
all
think
right. He's a pretty fun guy. I just
these
teased
guys
him in
are
jest.
generally Christians, but they debated for theism. It was interesting this moment. Taylor uh,
Bubbles, I
researches.
don't think is a Christian, but yeah, and yeah.
Bubbles, actually, I mean, he was in the chat here. He's usually a week in review of it, but uh, most of the people on his channel are Christian, and this woman Taylor is actually a professor of biology doing research in microtubules and was familiar with Hamarov, and so that was interesting. That was the main reason I popped on, uh, and so you're just trying to give some of these precursors. So we'll I guess talk about it more, but it's the same problem in Jennifer's debate, on flat Earth, where there's uh, a lot of sophistry, and so I mentioned on the channel I had the wrong name. I said the Grange, but it's the Plots, the famous Napoleon. I have no need for that hypothesis, the God of the gaps. So talking about like Newton, he had this guy Joel on his channel that was insistent that you have to be a theist to be a scientist, and then we got into this kind of argument about engineering or replicability or a scientific reputation that is independent of a person's personal beliefs. That a person's personal beliefs doesn't matter to their scientific. Obviously, people have bias, but their scientific reputation is independent of their personal beliefs. And
Well, I was thinking if you can't prove or disprove God, then atheists versus theists is maybe a false dichotomy definitionally and unpredictable by association.
yeah, so I mean, it was kind of low quality content, but I popped on and just because I supported the debate in general, and they had a post show, and this woman is researching microtubules, and it's her first time streaming, so I actually encouraged her to make her own channel, and we'll see if she said she enjoyed the debate and wanted to do it more. We'll
I just
see if
think maybe she'd be more likely to come back if the whole conversation had revolved around her.
yeah, it didn't look like she was that interested in
Well,
the whole.
that's just how, I think it would have been better. That's just my opinion.
Well, that might be more your projections. She seemed more.
Oh, yeah, because I just love it when all the attention's revolving around me. That's my favorite thing.
um Possibly, but I mean, she seemed like
Possibly.
she seemed to be steering out of. I guess she said she wasn't at home or in a good streaming situation.
I
So
think it was more like you went on huge rambles, and she's not going to interject on your rambles like I do. But that doesn't mean that the conversation shouldn't have revolved around her. Audience, feel free to chime in.
yeah, when she left the post show quickly, and it went on for a few hours after that. But
Yeah,
we'll see if she makes a return. She may or may not.
I bet she comes back to MDD at the very least. Yeah.
Here was a B1M view on the skyscraper, new step skyscraper, one of the newer highest skyscrapers being built in Manhattan. Interesting video. Science of Consciousness conference. I don't know if they've. Last week they'd uploaded the planetary, and then this week they uploaded the workshops.
That's a
So
trippy background with those cacti.
I guess it's Arizona, home of the cactus. So there might be more stuff to upload, but they uploaded the workshops, and there might be uh, some more stuff that they'll continue to upload. But that's the majority of the conference that's now been uploaded. So here, I was reading through some of this week. You're talking, like the logical, probable, plausible, the origins of. We were talking about the Royal Society, and so John Wilkins is one of the founders of the Royal Society, and he wrote an essay towards real character and philosophical language. And he was a Christian scientist, like almost all of the original. I mean, I guess all of the original members of the Royal Society were Christian scientists of various sorts. So here's two of his books online that people are interested in reading through. Uh, on the principles and duties of natural religion, these precursors of the history of science. So I went to the injection molding show and walked around. I got a bunch of reading material, pretty cool stuff. You see some of the injection molding processes. 3D printing's more cooler, like a interesting newer technology. Injection molding is the mainstream manufacturing method. So people are interested in engineering, you check that out. Susan Wojcicki at the World Economic Forum. The World Economic Forum was this week. So I watched a handful of the videos from the World Economic Forum. But being we're on YouTube, check out Susan Wojcicki. Boy George showed up at the London Hare Krishna Bhaktivedanta Manor Temple for a fundraiser and sang some songs, including Karma Chameleon and some Hare Krishna and some George Harrison covers. So you could check out that concert if that interests you. Someone asked last week about monkeypox, God forbid. So here is MedCram, medical school training lectures, one of the more reputable medical sources. And God forbid, it looks like, like God forbid it's spread in like some sort of like homosexual bathhouses in London from
Oh dear.
Africa. Monkeypox, it's not a sexually transmitted disease like AIDS. But it's not respiratory like COVID-19. I'm not exactly sure the transmission method, but it requires extensive close contact of a few hours. So it's not, transmitted directly by uh, sexual activity, but sexual activity is something that would cause people to be in close contact for hours. It has been known in Africa for years, and they found a case in Israel, and so random the first case they did a contact tracing, and the first spread was in these homosexual bathhouses. The experts like Vincent Racconello on This Week in Virology doesn't think that people really have that much to worry about it. That there's vaccines for it, or the likelihood that even though in Africa it could be pretty deadly, that said generally he didn't think that it was that
There may
much.
be other factors that cause it to be deadly there, like
What
sanitation factors.
unless they're medical care, that
Right. I was saying like sanitation in medical care.
that the medical care in the West would make it. But the death rate, and there's two strains. The death rate, and I think there's like Congo or one
Well,
place.
there's another effect that isn't well understood, but generally the Western paradigm is just like bleach. So just sort of try to sterilize every single surface, which is great to a point, but then it does incentivize superbugs. So then there's like this other side to it. It's like, ugh. How do you then deal with superbugs if you've been using bleach this whole time? There's like, what are you going to go to super bleach now? That's sort of error compounding.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple methods to if it's through a vaccine, or even though the vaccine says it's not the efficacy, but it said that that's the medgrams of This Week in Virology also covered it. So those are some of the two probably most reputable podcasts on viruses. So here, Rick Beato. Oh, so randomly, last week I did. So I'm almost done, and you'll see my song pick for this week. But last week I did Elton John's "Tiny Dancer," one of the 50 most famous songs ever. And the next day, Rick Beato, what makes this song great was Elton John's "Tiny Dancer." So check that out if that's interesting. People more musically inclined want to break down a little bit more of the music theory. And then Rick Beato had Ted Goya talking about the future of music and the business economic model of why music isn't really getting better and the problems with the industry. So those are all my slides. So this week I was going to analyze Def Leppard Love Bites, which I don't think is actually a top 500 song. It was a number one song in the US, Canada, and New Zealand. It's probably their most popular song. They have a few like Pour Some Sugar on Me, Hysteria, that are also up there and pretty popular. But Def Leppard sold over 100 million uh, records, one of the most popular bands in history. Uh, and this song is similar to I did Aerosmith's Dream On a few weeks ago, is a ballad. And so that one of their ballads would be their most popular songs is not surprising. And it was actually adapted from a country song. And this is 1988, the same year as I believe Guns N' Roses' Appetite for Destruction. And so let me read here quickly about a ballad. A ballad is an emotional style of music that often deals with romantic and intimate relationships and to a lesser extent loneliness, death, war, drug abuse, politics, and religion, usually in a poignant but solemn manner. Ballads are generically melodic enough to get the listener's attention. They're found in most music genres, usually slow in tempo. Ballads tend to push a lush musical arrangement which emphasizes the song's melody and harmony. Characteristic ballads use acoustic instruments. Um, so power ballads come in the rock genre, and power ballads came into existence in the early 1970s when rock stars attempted to convey profound messages to audiences while retaining their macho rocker mystique. The hard rock power behind ballad typically expresses love or heartache through its lyric, shifting into wordless intensity and emotional transcendence with heavy drumming and distorted electrical guitar solos representing the power in the power ballad. Hard rock power ballads broke into the mainstream American consciousness. Um, 1796, songs like Led Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven, Aerosmith's Dream On. Uh, so when grunge appeared as a counterpoint to the excesses of 1980 hard rock and glam metal, one of the distinctions of the grunge style was the absence of power ballads. And they say for commercial reasons, most hard rock albums would have at least one ballad, and it would usually be released as their second single. And that was kind of like a commercialization, popularity. And let me just read here quickly on um, glam metal. So early glam metal evolved directly from the glam rock movement of the 1970s as visual elements uh, were fused with decidedly more heavy metal leaning and theatric acts like Alice Cooper and Kiss. Music Van Halen is seen to be highly influential in the movement, emerging in 1978 in the Los Angeles music scene. Sunset Strip, with a sound based around lead guitar, popularized playing. So Def Leppard is from this wave of glam metal that was always somewhat more commercial and popularized. And so you have to hear this, their most popular song. Do you know this song, "Love Bites" by Def Leppard?
It's not ringing any bells at this time.
Okay, yeah, it's probably their most. Does Def Leppard ring a bell to you at all? Like "Pour Some Sugar on Me,"
Yep, yep,
"Hysteria."
yep.
Yeah, they're a British band. This is probably their most popular song, and so I'd mentioned Offspring, and so good for the lead singer Offspring, who went back after his successful grunge career to get his PhD, and that was kind of the post. Uh, that's already the post degeneracy level, where it talked like the switch from the love song to the lust song, and from even the Beatles. So even Eric Clapton, I mentioned Layla, George Harrison. Layla was written about George Harrison's wife, who divorces him and marries Eric Clapton. But that was still somewhat pre-degeneracy, where at least they got married. So to the lust
At
song,
least they got married. What a quote. Can you just move your camera a tiny bit? You're just off to the side. Thanks.
okay, I'm about to move over to my library just so give a little precursor here. So in the 80s, you move marriage is already on the decline. So promiscuity is not as popular. You still have serial monogamy. And then in the 90s, you have kind of open promiscuity and the rise of hip hop music, where you don't even have any longer serial monogamy. You have promiscuity, like Offspring, Self Esteem. So 1988, Def Leppard, Love Bites is it's a power ballad, it's a love song, but it's kind of like a melancholic of this relationship's not going to work out. So it's still in the camp of the late 80s of serial monogamy. But certainly, God forbid, there's going to be sexual relationships without marriage, and it's not going to work out. And so we're going to write a sad song about um, serial monogamy, and so it's a sign of the times. The song, pretty popular song. It doesn't make the top 500, but it's a Def Leppard. It's probably their most well-known song. And God forbid, it's a little bit raunchy. It's basically a lust song, and I think it's in D minor, so it could be the guitar chords are in like A minor or D minor, so it might be sung in A minor, but the guitar is in D minor, and so it's kind of like a melancholic uh, lamentation on serial monogamy. But it's a classic love song, and one of the most popular songs of the 80s. Sorry, quick drink. When you make love, do you look in the mirror? Who do you think of? Does he look like me? Do you tell lies and say that it's forever? Do you think twice? I can't even hit this guy. This had a very high pitched voice, so kind of like um, Aerosmith, Michael Jackson. He was a male lead singer that had an extremely high pitched voice that like Styx, all these bands that are extremely common of these type bands. Lead singer male with a very high voice. So I'll just go straight to the chorus. Very hard to replicate this guy's voice, but probably people have heard this. I assume even Jennifer's heard this. I don't want to touch you too much, baby, 'cause making love to you might drive me crazy. I know that you think love is the way that you make it. So I don't want to be there when you decide to break it. No, love bites, love bleeds. It's bringing me to my knees. Love lives, love dies. It's no surprise. Love begs, love pleads. It's what I need. So I can't replicate Def Leppard's voice. Anyone who knows Def Leppard, very distinct voice. One of these, uh, probably a relation why these popular bands in the 80s with these. So even Axl Rose, also has one of these very high voices. So Def Leppard is this glam metal where it's not existential like renegade punk uh, critique of society. It's more glam, love songs, popular tunes. So I thought I'd get back to that. Maybe get further into the historical genre of the switch from the love song to the lust song to the widespread degeneracy. And so, Def Leppard is one of the most popular bands of the 80s
I
up
just
there.
think calling it degeneracy, there's this implied judgment you're going to lose a lot of potential readers.
Um,
Like if you're going to talk about decay or degeneracy, I don't even know, I have spoken about stuff like urban decay on my blog for sure, but like you got to sort of say what that means. And I don't know, past aesthetics, it's hard to make the case. Not saying you don't possibly have a point in there, but it's like, what are we getting at? Because to me, the point that was being made was alluding to the impermanence of being. That the example with Destiny, like in however much time, no one's even going to know who he was or what it meant for him to be who he was contextually to now.
well, I mean,
That's the interesting part.
degeneracy is the proper word, and you got to be careful with your microphone because you're breathing or tapping.
Sorry, working on it.
Um, but yeah, I mean, degeneracy just means sliding into moral
You don't need to
decay.
define it for me. I'm saying that people are going to have an emotional response to a word that has an inherent judgment in it, like degeneracy.
Well, it does. I'm saying that the implication is the decline in sexual morality, and that
The
abstinence.
decline in the centrality of marriage as a social institution, perhaps. That
Well,
is
no,
a
let me
lot
let me
less
say that.
emotionally charged than, well, just degeneracy. So it's not even clear because a lot of people consider it progress.
Well,
What
yeah, I
we
mean
have
that's the
now,
point. But I mean the point is sexual
progress and
relations.
degeneracy would appear to be opposites. So
Sexual
there is
relations
certainly
are
some sort of
regulated.
interpretation there.
Sexual relations are regulated. People are not. Uh, I mean, allowed. People have free will, but to have unregulated sexual relations, it has to be approved by authority structures through the act of marriage, and so degeneracy is specifically the word specifically comes out of the loosening of uh, sexual moral standards, and the music industry is the prime example where as the song, the love song that you mentioned, Layla, is a love song. Eric Clapton marries her,
Yeah,
and
I've
so
got that. Yeah, you're just repeating yourself now. But yeah,
it's
so the
regulated.
idea
So
that the social ideal is a nuclear family, kind of a conservative ideal,
no, it's not any family
and the
structure. It's
degeneracy is relative to that. I'm just trying to understand what you mean by degeneracy because it's unclear.
degeneracy means the decline in moral values, specifically related to sexual morality. And so, not even talking about the family structure,
Hmm.
but just a
It's
basic
presented as an
understanding.
increase in morality via freedom, though.
Well, it's the free will was free will, but it means saying that morally, uh, sexual relations outside of marriage are forbidden under any circumstance. And so the degeneracy, even it mentioned, I sung Layla the other week, that even if you're talking homosexuality, but it doesn't have to be specific to homosexuality. Any sexual relation that isn't um, condoned, isn't specifically contractual within marriage, is forbidden and degenerate. And so if you call it freedom, in the sense people always had the free. I mean, you could look at it like violence in a
So how
certain
about
way,
just say an increase in extramarital sex, and then the judgment is not there.
because that's the proper word is degeneracy.
All right, I don't know if anyone in the chat wants to weigh in on that, but whatever. Okay, cool. I agree to disagree.
If you want to put like, because there's a moral judgment to say that it's bad.
I don't like to use that term. I will use it if someone is acting badly, and I think that I can appeal to them by using that term. I might use it, but it is certainly an emotionally charged word. It's got judgment in it.
Yeah, because at this point it's so common that even like the incel movement or something like that, God forbid, um, the presumption is that the people are being deprived of degeneracy. So like most incels aren't
Hold on a
necessarily.
minute. They're being deprived. I thought they're being deprived of a wife, not degenerates.
No, I'm
I
saying
don't
most
even know what you're
incels
saying
are
here.
being deprived of degeneracy, not a wife. Even to say
So
that
you're
the
saying
most.
they're claiming that they're just upset they don't have a wife, but the secret reason is they want to just be able to indulge in sex. They're basically
Yeah,
complaining they can't get laid. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, so most incels aren't looking for a wife, they're looking for degeneracy.
Okay.
And saying they might also want a wife, by saying most incels are not morally upright people that want to find one woman and marry her and stay with her the rest of their life. They want to have uh, forbidden, unsanctioned, uncontractual relations. And so the degeneration of society is where this concept doesn't even exist anymore. Even just to say that the voice of abstinence, even just to say that all uncontractual sexual relationships are immoral is basically that's the biblical take on it. It's the classical moral take on it. It's not an object of your own free will. It's not something that a man and a woman of their own accord get to decide. It has to be contractual. And if there's no contract signed, it's immoral. It has nothing to do with your free will or the woman saying yes. It has to do with a contract being signed. And
And this is, why Doovid sometimes causes people to get triggered. But the fact is that I don't
this is
know much about
biblical
this.
law.
I don't
So
know much about this topic, but I know if we went to look this up, he'd be pretty dang spot on. I don't even know if it's possible to be spot on, but it's a respectable opinion, even though I don't know
it's
the
the
context
biblical law.
based
I
on
say
the
we're
precedent.
society is so degenerate that just the biblical position sounds absurd. That in the certain norms like freedom or various factors, but so to trace cultural degeneration. So I mentioned the Def Leppard song that there's not even an assumption of marriage. The assumption is that your boy will meet girl, they'll have uh, unmarried sexual relations, and then it's not going to work out, and he's already lamenting over it. That like, oh man, like I like you, we're going to make love, and then it's not going to work out. So this is 1988 already. So like I mentioned, Layla is 1973. So 15 years later, there isn't even really a consideration of marriage. It's just a given in the 80s that you don't have to be married. You could have premarital sexual relations, and it's just a given. There's no even someone like Doovid just giving a classical mainstream morality of like the 1950s that almost everyone in the 1950s would have upheld has largely completely disappeared, even in
All
right wing
right.
circles. So
Alrighty.
even among Republicans, like like premarital sex or something like that, and that so the word degeneration of society, uh, meaning so you could put it in like you want to put it in a positive terms, like people have more freedom,
I don't want to put
and
it in positive terms. What I'm trying to do is put it in neutral terms so that people on perhaps either side of the issue will have an easier time seeing the difference between an opinion and something that's a little closer to a fact. By saying something like degenerate, a bunch of people just shut down and don't listen anymore. And the people in the chat who are egging this on, uh, like this to me is not like some sort of like quote farm thing. It's about, serving people. And
when
that's the main point.
I forget. I think I talked with JF on maybe it was multiculturalism, and I mentioned to him, randomly my point about, he's supposed to be, like, I don't know if you call him right wing or anti feminist, and I said that, JF really upholds the first fundamental tenet of feminism that possibly going back to the 1800s, the late 1800s, the first tenet of feminism is that who a woman has relationships with is her own choice, as opposed to the biblical point of view, the historical point of view. It's the woman's father's right, so that a contract that uh, the woman's father has to sign when you get married to a woman that her father signs, and that's so the first emancipation of the woman was the emancipation from her father and the ability of the woman to choose her spouse on her own without her father's approval. And then even so to say, the clergy, the church, that and so one of JF's main point was even his own personal situation was that the girl should be able to make a choice absent her parents' belief. But the classical patriarchy, biblical system was that like no, it's not
Are
the
you talking
woman's.
about coverture? That's a traditional view.
Yeah, and it's in the marriage contract that the patriarchy, the father and the priest have to sign on it, that a woman of her own volition doesn't get to choose her husband. It takes the approval of her father and um, the patriarchal representatives, and that's coverture or whatever of the history of it. That's basically the first element of the feminist movement. So we're taking it back to that point where uh, there we even said the woman would have a right to marry who she chooses. So now you're talking like the breakdown of the institution of marriage, but just saying that the father chooses who the daughter marries, not the daughter. And
I
so the
think
first step.
it's the decline of the institution of coverture, followed by perhaps an undermining of the meaning of a marriage contract. Because you're taking something that was originally only defined in one context and is no longer defined solely in that context. That's a bit tricky.
It's not coverture actually. That's something to do with that. Coverture is something different
I thought
about.
it was, well, what is it that where it concerns the property rights, that the father is the owner of the children?
It's the husband. Coverture refers to the husband's
Well, no,
property
the
ownership.
idea is the passing of the marriage is the passing of the property deed from father to spouse.
Yeah, but it
Right.
doesn't have anything to do with the. Um,
Well, that's a one definition. You basically are citing this definition, are you not?
well, that might be one of the early points in feminism, but I'm talking about classical biblical contract where a woman, to put it this way, that the woman's virginity is not her possession, it's her father's possession.
And it changes hands during the event of marriage.
Well, that's a different. That's
I'm
yeah.
sorry. To
It
me, that's what
changes.
we're
It
talking
changes.
about. You're saying it's not what we're talking about. I'm just confused. Like, where are we grounding this combo?
Well, if you're talking, you want to talk like coverture and property rights or something like that. That's related. But if you're
I
talking about
don't.
the
I just want to
general.
know what you mean by degeneracy and trying to basically gently persuade you to perhaps use less inflammatory language.
Um, yeah, I don't think there's any way because it's either. So if you have a moral neutral viewpoint, or atheistic or
It is
morals is
hard to
preference.
do to remove judgments, but if you understand how judgments are made, then pointing out facts is a lot easier.
Yeah, because you're making a hard stop moral judgment that this is in fact wrong and incorrect.
And should moral judgments come into descriptions?
Well, if you're talking about cultural changes, so the culture has changed, and so the moral judgment that I'm making is now the minority view. So I'm just taking back to the history of, if you want to say, the degeneration of the increase in freedom. If you want to look, okay, the woman acquired more freedom to the point where um, her virginity was considered her own property as opposed to her father's. That that you're going back to early feminism and coverture, if you want to talk about property rights, voting rights. I mean, there's other related elements of feminism in terms of like voting rights, property rights, economic things. But just in terms of marriage and sexual degeneracy, I mean, say historically, biblically, that the virginity is considered the property of the father, not the woman. And then there's some point where that changes, but there's still a general understanding of marriage. It's just the woman will get to choose who she marries, and it's no longer proper for a father to force his daughter to marry against her will, against her wishes, or the consideration to the complete abandonment of marriage in general. And yeah, I mean, it's moralistic because it's if it's you could look at it similar like violence, but it's moralistic to if you're putting that
Violence against what? The institution of the state or the institution of culture or what? Morality itself?
what you could make the same argument about murder and just be like
I
no,
really
it's
don't
your
think you can
judgment. Why do you
analogize
keep on
murder
saying that
with
murder
marriage.
is
If
bad?
if you want to somehow say there's some a metaphor to be made between murder and marriage, I think you're already starting off in a pretty bad place.
Why I'm saying what you're saying is a neutral. It's saying that all on-contractual sexual relations are immoral. So that's a moral
Okay.
position to say all on-contractual sexual relations are immoral.
So
If you
say
have,
there's a rise in uncontractual sexual relations then. It's a longer winded thing, but then it's not passing judgment.
well, the point is to pass judgments, and there's been a degeneration of society, and it's bad.
I thought the point was to describe things factually.
Well, you describe things factually, so I'm calling the
A
degeneration of.
moral judgment is now factual?
Well, no, I'm saying it's a cultural critique. So I'm just giving my take. I'm calling the degeneration of American society through an interpretation of music. And you could see in the most popular love, the switch from the love to the lust song. So you say it's neutral, then showing that the most popular songs in America, that at what point were love songs switched to lust songs, and I'm calling that a degeneration. If you put it neutral and to say that the switch from the love to the lust song is morally neutral, you could interpret that for yourself. And so when I call it the degeneration of American culture, that's my own critique that shows my take on it. So if you have a
Cool.
different take on it, that's fine.
I just think it's a very strange take, but interesting nonetheless.
I mean, it's the mainstream conservative take.
Hmm.
Or I guess I'll call it strange. I mean, I was going to write my essay on critical theory, and I had some notes on the basics of critical theory, and saying you're talking about culture in general, so it's already not scientific. And
That's assuming that culture's not scientific, which, I mean, it depends what you mean by science. I'd say there is an element to science anywhere.
well, I'm saying like the mortuary sciences of even law is not scientific. To say that you could have
I
rules.
agree. Law is not that scientific, and to make laws scientific is unclear what that means.
So you could use like forensic scientists, and that's to put it to okay, um, non-contractual sex relations are bad. That's not scientific, but even to say murder is bad is also not scientific. And so if you have a law, it's like, well, okay, the religion, thou shalt not murder, murder is bad, it's punishable. You could use forensic science to determine was there murder, who did it. Um, just like you could use forensic sciences for, God forbid, like, a rape kit or a genetic, a paternity test. But the law is not scientific. The law derives from ethics, moral, um, even my position would be a dualistic system. So the material sciences would be possibly built upon, God forbid, like I said, forensic science. They said, okay, the non-scientific opinion that murder is bad, murder should be punished. If someone murders, that we should figure out who did it and convict them in a trial of court. And then you could use the forensic sciences to demonstrate that this is the person who committed this crime. But even, that
Forensic
there's
sciences existing doesn't preclude scientific lawcraft. You can make an argument for banning murder on the basis of reciprocity, I suppose. But then
reciprocity is not scientific. I mean, the ahimsa principle is not scientific. There's nothing.
You can just say that it is, and the predictions it makes is that you're happier as a result, and you can verify the predictions. And if people take issue with that, it's like, all right, it's fine with me.
Well, I mean,
how is ahimsa not scientific? It to me seems perfectly compatible with science. It's just a type of science where it's like an ethical position on science, and it is also a scientific hypothesis which makes verifiable predictions. And there are different flavors of ahimsa. So then you wouldn't necessarily be able to form a conclusion just from that little bit of information.
Well, I mean, it goes back to Philip Goff and Galileo's error, that ahimsa is intrinsically not scientific because it's a product of mind, and scientific is objective.
Well, that's assuming that subjective and objective are incompatible. And that is presuming its own conclusion that these concepts aren't compatible, objective and subjective. They're ill-defined.
I'm saying it's a product of mind.
Yes, and if everything is a product of mind, right?
Yeah, but you're arguing with the fundamental tenets of science. You want to reinterpret science.
I'm not arguing with the fundamental. I'm asserting the fundamental tenets of science, which is hypotheses and verification.
Yeah, but mind independent. And so
there is really no such thing. There's only minimal. There's a minimization of interference. There's no independence. So maximally, this is like something I used to say a long time ago, maximally independent and independent aren't the same. Because things are actually dependent.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting on your same merry-go-round that we always get on. I mean, you're trying to advance your own view. And so you make a critique on like Philip Goff and Galileo's error, but scientific method is, in the current standing, is mind independent. It's objective, and something like pain is dependent on mind.
So pain is, the conclusion to me is now that pain is outside of the domain of science. That can't possibly be right, though.
Or suffering, that was saying, because it's a quality of mind.
I think maybe the materialist would be more inclined to say that suffering is a quality of the mind and pain is a quality of the body, but then they think that the mind is equivalent to the body, so they probably have trouble deflattening pain and suffering.
Well, either way, suffering is a product of mind and outside the realm of science.
Well, if they believe that their brains are their minds, then it's just a matter of finding the suffering qubit.
That's a hypothesis. That's a hypothesis, and even
that's
so,
what follows from their model. So I'm just going with it. It would be something.
I mean, you're putting things that then some. We're talking back to Galileo, who was a dualist and believed in a soul, in a body independent mind. And so you're saying the modern day person who doesn't believe in that, therefore has to believe in the ahimsa principle or something. If you're trying to force.
Oh no, I wasn't saying that at all. I wasn't saying you have to believe in ahimsa. I'm saying ahimsa is scientific. The understand science because
maybe you're making up your own science.
You can verify.
Yeah, but it's saying that you're just creating your own definition, which is fine. But the classic, current understanding of science and the scientific method is not in line with what you're saying. So you go to the same merry-go-round where instead of just saying, this is the system that I'm trying to advance, you create unnecessary confusion by trying to make it sound like you're speaking authoritatively.
Yeah, I'm not speaking on behalf of every single person who does science. That's true. And most scientists would disagree with that. There you go. I concede that. I'm sorry if I caused any confusion on that.
Yeah, which is why law, anything that is dependent on the mind is outside of the realm of science and the scientific method. And that includes hints of suffering, because there is no way to define suffering independently of mind, uh, in the same way that you could define matter and material and physical laws independently of mind.
Yep.
And so,
Independent of mine.
so if you're in the Philip Goff camp, where like you're going to be like Claire, where you have to use every opportunity to advance your own theory, at least make it clear that's what you're doing.
Ayurveda is not my theory.
Yeah, so if you're anti the Western concept,
Asserting the traditional position doesn't. I hope that doesn't make me anti anything, but whatever. I get it. All my models are mind dependent, and in my worldview, independence doesn't exist. So there's a
what makes you anti-Western, or they would say
oh,
anti-Western, but you're not within the Western paradigm of the scientific method.
I guess I feel that the definition is sufficiently vague as to be open to that level of interpretation.
Well, usually open that, like you're, so instead of being misleading, um, and just say like you're in opposition
I'm
the
not in opposition.
to the Western understanding of the scientific method.
I'm saying it's a materialist understanding and it's incomplete. That doesn't make me
It's
in
not a materialist
opposition to it.
understanding. So the Western
It doesn't make
understanding
me
of
opposed to
scientific,
it. It makes me want to make it better.
and then you straw man and misunderstand. So you say you have your own thing that you want to advance, and your misunderstanding of the canonized Western system doesn't help you advance that. And it's saying like, no, I mean, to even say it's materialist, it's not. It just said that science, this is what I was trying to explain to logical, probable, plausible. Science is exclusively a materialistic, the study of the material realm. And so you have the realm of philosophy and theology, that it doesn't mean that you have to be a materialist to be a scientist. It just means that science only deals with the material realm. So the founders of Western science, very few of them were materialists, but when they did science, they were explicitly dealing with the material realm. So like Isaac Newton, Leibniz, Galileo, all these guys were theists. Descartes, most of them were dualists. But when they did science, they were exclusively dealing, and that's why Philip Goff and Galileo's error, because it largely comes from Galileo, who's the father of the Western scientific method, who separated the material science and the scientific method from spiritual pursuit. It wasn't because he was a materialist. He said that's the field of science. The scientific method only applies to material things.
Ah, I see.
But it doesn't mean that you have to be a materialist to be a science. It just means that the only thing that's in the realm of science is material things. And the reason is because they weren't materialists, they were dualists. So science is mind independent and deals with the material realm. And I mean, I guess it's your push also, because like you need like the multiple truth hypothesis, because you want to advance your own position by rejecting the mainstream Western position, which is dualism, and that science is mind independent because there's dualism, and the material realm is the realm of science. The mechanical laws of the material nature are materialistic, and the laws of mind are non-material. And science has nothing to say about the laws of mind, and the laws of mind have nothing to say about science.
Very
And the philosophy of
interesting,
science.
and I'm sure a lot of people would agree with you and disagree with me. And my issue is that I was using science as models, mechanical predictive models. That's my
You have
definition
your
of science.
position. I'm saying like agree or disagree, and it's saying, and I think I'm basically saying over the accepted Western canon understanding.
And I completely understand your
I mean, you
reasoning,
could be
and I
like, oh,
completely agree.
Galileo,
Yeah,
Newton, Leibniz, all these, Descartes were all wrong, and I want to advance my position. But I was sort of saying to accurately, or trying
Doovid,
to
me
get
being
on
right
Jennifer to
doesn't
say,
entail them
accurately
being
say
wrong.
over what other people say without separating your own position. So you could say you disagree with Galileo and the Western canon, and here's your position. but inaccurately saying over what Galileo says doesn't help you.
Me being right does not entail him being wrong in my worldview, just to make that clear. So,
Yeah, that's why I always stress the importance of
yeah.
dualism. And so the reason Jennifer always has these issues, we always go in these merry-go-rounds because I guess she's in opposition to dualism, and instead of just saying that these people were dualists, and the current scientific method comes out of dualistic philosophy, theology. And even though people like
Okay.
T. Jump or the majority of scientists today are purely materialists, that the philosophical precursor for Western science is dualism,
Yep. Very
and
good
that's
point.
why Jennifer has all these issues with mind independent, because she's not a dualist, and she doesn't think that there is such a thing as mind independent.
But I completely see what you're saying.
Yeah,
As
so we
and
don't
it's
go on the
completely right.
merry-go every time.
I'm sorry about that. I can move on to the next topic, which is are you done with your week in review or you want to talk about
Um,
this debate?
we talk. I have some stuff on critical theory. I could save that for later if you want to do that now. I've been rambling for a while, so if you want to get onto your stuff, I did make a page of notes for my essay. Hopefully next week on critical theory is pretty interesting. It's in the same venue.
Awesome.
So you want to hear a few quick definitions?
Sure.
So I'm going to separate critical theory from communism, because the Frankfurt School were communists. Critical theory arises out of Marxism and a pro communist movement. But critical theory itself is an independent philosophy that doesn't have to be promoting communism. So I'm not going to be talking about communism or Marxism. So just a few quick definitions. Um, Critical theory is a special study as a guide for human action. It's a precursor, or largely in the field of anthropology, talking about ideology, group function, and cognitive content, forms of knowledge. And like we were saying, that critical theory is reflective as opposed to objective, and talks about agents with a kind of knowledge inherently productive of enlightenment and emancipation. The goal of critical theory is to create a deeper understanding that allows a person emancipation and enlightenment from false ideas, but as opposed to, so to say, the hard scientists that are objective, critical theory would use the word reflexive. It's mind dependent, although that's not the word. And it's in opposition to the positivist school of the time that was largely in tune with things like psychometric and trying to apply the empirical method to mind, and rejecting like behavioralism, and rejecting um, reflection as a valid field. So critical theory is largely
So who
based.
would you say would be the excuse me. I'm really not familiar with this. Who would have espoused such positions?
Is positivism?
Yeah.
Um, Possibly Darwinism, but in the field that would have been the behaviorist school, or there are certain philosophers. I have to. I'll put the link on. So I mean, Frankfurt. This is in Germany, and the Frankfurt School is in the time of the Weimar Republic. So positivism has certain names like Auguste Comte and Emil Durkheim. And there's historical positivism of von Ranke, and it was a popular school. The Wikipedia doesn't mention behavioralism, and even some possibly Darwinism schools would be considered positivistic. Positivism is the empiricistic philosophical theory that holds that all genuine knowledge is either true by definition or positive, meaning a posterior facts derived from reason and logic from sensory experience. So it's basically a rejection of mind, and you would call it the beginning of materialism, but at that point, it's not an atheistic science, but it's just an application of the scientific method towards to mind. That worked. Not sure if my
Oh, you want a screen share?
no, it wasn't. I just it didn't show that the link. So the Frankfurt School comes in opposition towards positivism. They also happen to be Marxist, but um, so it's actually a very difficult concept because critical theory deals with ideology, and it's similar to Freud, but ideology is considered uh, a group strategy and applicable to groups. And so, unlike cognitive dissonance, it's hard to give a, a materialistic neuroscience mechanism for groupthink, like ideology, if it's some, even, they're like capitalism or economic structures or anthropology, how a concept of mind would be upheld by a mass group of people. So critical theory may not survive the onset of like cognitive dissonance of the neurological age because there's not really a good mechanism to demonstrate how masses of people could have the same cognitive constructs. But critical theory is dealing with ideologies, and from their definition, ideology is held with more confidence than the evidence warrants, and comes into a pejorative ideology which is delusional and creates false consciousness. And then there'll be a historical explanation for these ideologies of how, anthropologically, if it's the history or of interpretation of history or of social structures, of how and why these ideologies arose and at what point they become uh, false consciousness. And so they talk about what are called forms of consciousness, uh, which contain objectification mistake. A false belief some social phenomenon is a natural phenomenon. So that conceptually, people believe that a social construct is a scientific construct, and that they call some sort of cognitive mistake that a person could be emancipated and enlightened. So the goal of critical theory is to emancipate people from the own slavery of their mind, of false constructs of their mind. And so you ideologically false contains false belief, particularly uh, interest of a subgroup. People assume that the interest of a subgroup is the general interest of the group at large. Mistaken self-validating or self-fulfilling. Um, it also talks about the purpose of these is stabilization. That society needs stabilizing structures. So these false consciousness structures serve a stabilizing role to stabilize society. And they talk about repression before, Festinger or Freud also, like repression, enforced frustration of some given human preference. So people recognize a human preference and say, my own preference doesn't match my perceived societal preference. And so then you'll have a repression of your own preference, recognizing the societal, and also a surplus repression, where society frustrates preferences to greater extent than needed to maintain or reproduce itself. That for whatever reason, societal structures want to defend their stability, and therefore they repress people more than they need. And so the goal of critical theory is to critically, criticize social constructs to emancipate people from false ideologies. And that also you could do a historical analysis of, like critical race theory of why these things came into being. In German, they call ideological critic. Radical criticism of society and its dominant ideology are inseparable and ultimate goal of social research. They're saying you should give radical criticism of society and criticize not just for moralizing but falseness. I'm not just saying that good or bad, but this social construct is false, and to emancipate people from false beliefs. And so critical theory is a cognitive enterprise. It's a form of knowledge, but it differs from natural science in cognitive structure and requires basic changes in epistemological views we have inherited from experience. So the natural science, the critical theory is a reflective exercise, unlike natural science. Uh, so delusions where an agent continues belief despite overwhelming evidence. So as precursors to cognitive dissonance and critical theory, illusion is where you could have adequate evidence, but you have some wish that you want to satisfy, that a person holds a false cognitive structure because it satisfies some wish, and not necessarily related to a delusion which a person holds uh, despite overwhelming evidence. And then also there's wants, needs, desires, preferences. That these could be the wishes that cause people to maintain illusions. And then there's needs. So it's Freudian in the sort of that there's a subconscious structure that causes people to have this cognitive structure based on subconscious needs. And then you would have some sort of greater, like, group social psychoanalysis to free people of the repression. Like, oh, the reason why we have this social construct is to satisfy some sort of need or interest, but the needs or interests of society have changed, and it's a false construct. And critical theory is here to emancipate and enlighten people from these false constructs. And so scientific theories differ from critical theory in the aim or goal and the instruments used. That critical theory makes people aware of hidden coercion, freeing them from the hidden coercion. So people, through critical theory, people could realize that they're being coerced by their own constructs of mind. So like critical theory is a precursor to cognitive dissonance, but the idea is to make people aware of hidden coercion of social constructs that are just that, social constructs, and have no truth in reality. And also the logical cognitive structure, and that scientific theories are objective as opposed to critical theories reflective, it's self-referential, and critical theory is always part of the domain that describes it. So in theory, science is not part of the domain that describes it, but critical theory maintains being part of the domain that describes it. The different evidence types. Scientific theories have empirical confirmation, and critical theory has reflective. It's reflectively acceptable. It doesn't have the same type of confirmation, and it could just be a single person, but then also like group reflexiveness. And so the goal of critical theory is self consciousness of a successful process of enlightenment and emancipation, and to determine which social structures are legitimate or delusional, and to show the unconscious determinants of forms of consciousness. And just two names of the main uh, leaders of critical theory, Adorno and Habermas. Adorno is considered a contextualist who looks at the historical approach to forms of consciousness, these social structures, and Habermas believes in transcendence, uh, which was generally in opposition to uh, cultural relativism. That after the Frankfurt School left Germany, they ended up at Columbia, where Franz Boas, the father of anthropology and cultural relativism, was, and so Adorno ended up more in the school of contextualism, which put it into cultural relativism. So Habermas tried to have some sort of objectification and belief in transcendence, like there was some possible truth or greater good that we could work to, as opposed to just some sort of contextual cultural relativism. So I'm going to try to delve a little bit more deeper into it. And obviously, critical theory is related to Marxism and economics and specifically social movements. But just to understand the cognitive science of critical theory in and of itself, and understanding reflexive nature of ideologies and the concept of emancipating people through enlightenment and recognizing false structures of mind.
Reminds me at some points of Nettie Nettie.
Yeah, I
Obviously,
mean,
that would be too. It would be too much to try to encompass it in that scope. I mean, you're talking about a latter day development, so
what has but the concept of critical theory differs from mainstream sociology and anthropology in that it becomes more prescriptive than descriptive. So it's not just saying, like, well, this is how human structures are and came to be. It becomes prescriptive as saying that society should be changed, that these constructs are wrong and need to be uh, um, deconstructed and reconstructed. And obviously they had their own take, which was actually communist, or like critical race theory, or the various things where it's not just like we're going to learn about anthropology and sociology and how human uh, structures, social structures come into being as a science, where it's kind of presumptive that it has a goal, and that goal is to um, create some sort of social change by deconstructing false social constructs. So I don't know if neti neti, um, even like a Buddhist or Hindu
there
perspective.
are many different definitions and like interpretations of Nettie Nettie. Like very sort of generically, it's not this, not that. Process of gradually determining what something is in virtue of through, it's sort of implied that there's a perceptual part of this process, like
And
discerning
critical theory
perception,
actually uses the
what
word
it is
enlightenment.
not. It's the
So I mean, similar.
determination of what something is vis-a-vis what it is not. So it can sound a lot like criticism because it's saying, well, it's not this, it's not this, it's not this. And in a way it sort of is, but I guess it's just sort of came into my head, but that would be like basically having to go to the point of giving a huge, like linking it to the Socratic method and anything else tangentially. Like that's probably beyond the scope of a single article. But that was just a thought that popped into my head.
But it's true, like, and it's also because, like, the Socratic method, the goal is enlightenment, but the difference is from like Freudian psychoanalysis, it's talking about social constructs of ideology. So, like, neti
Okay.
neti or the Socratic method is more related to an individual construct of mind. Critical theory focuses on social structures of mind,
Okay.
and so I'm not sure if it's a neti neti is more an individual search for enlightenment, as where critical theory is talking about social structures, not the personal quest for enlightenment. And it might be what makes critical theory unique is that most of the precursor approaches are individualistic method, as opposed to critical theory, as a anthropology or sociology, which are somewhat new sciences, that most of the precursors focus on the individual level as opposed to the societal level. And that's why it may not survive into the modern era. It survives like critical race theory in politics, but scientifically it doesn't survive because there's not a mechanism for social consciousness. So if you think panpsychism, like ideology, but for the current materialistic understanding of consciousness, how do you have group ideology? How do you have social constructs? How is it possible? How do you create a mechanism? And even if you want to look like race as a social construct, the most popular form of critical theory today, critical race theory, how do you have that individuals across society in their own individual mind have the same social construct? And so,
Yeah, scientific racism, practically speaking, historically speaking, and pretty much every other sentence of speaking has been disastrous.
well, critical theory is the main
Absolutely
opposition to
disastrous.
scientific racism. So that, I mean, critical theory, scientific racism was the norm in the time of the Frankfurt School, and even Adorno in Columbia, like in the 1920s in America, not just in
I'm
the
not
Frankfurt
gonna
School.
disagree with you there, dude, but yeah.
Well, what I was saying, so critical theory is basically on the widespread popularity defeated scientific racism. But even from the critical theory um, today to upstand that critical theory is not considered uh, like cognitive dissonance. It didn't survive the neurological age where how do you create a mechanism for a social construct? So if you want to say, if critical theory is
Well,
saying,
can't we say everything is a social construct, then just understand the institutionalization of social constructs? And but you can argue that certain
you can say it's
processes can't be
sociologically, you can't say it
institutionalized.
neurologically.
There's an
You say,
argument that pr- um, principles cannot be made into processes.
yeah, but saying that,
Ideas cannot be made into axiomatically decomposed pseudocode, so to speak, without losing some of their potential structurally, definitionally.
yeah, so for sociology and politics, it's still popular, but for neuroscience, what's the mechanism of a social construct? If there's a false social construct, what's the mechanism that
Well,
masses of
that wouldn't have any
individual
meaning
minds
if they're all
have the
false.
same?
If they're all false, then you're saying a false thing, basically.
Well, I'm saying why critical theory hasn't survived the neurological age is that if there's this mass delusion of ideology, what's the mechanism of ideology entering individual minds? So, I mean, looking at the pure materialistic individual mind, consciousness is a product of an individual brain, that these social structures, false ideological social structures, would have to be independently replicated in single unit minds. And so there's no neurological mechanism. So, for most classically, if you want to say um, race, that race is a false idea, that in reality, race is a false category, but it exists as a category of mind. Um, so, what's the mechanism that this false category of mind is homogenous among the masses? And so critical theory
Ayurveda
can't.
kind of already has a solution to this. It's not racist, but just saying real quick.
Yeah, but it's not a cognitive mechanism.
It's a
So I'm
cognitive
talking,
mechanism that is not to do with race. It's a transcendent thing.
well, I mean, this is just the most critical theory now is most. I'm just talking about race because it's the most popular uh,
And you're saying theoretically it could be applied to anything.
to any construct of mind ideology. So you're saying society as a whole has ideology, but society as a whole is made up of individual minds. And if you want to say society as a whole has false ideologies, what's the mechanism that this false ideology enters uniformly all these individual minds? So neuroscientifically, there's not a clear mechanism for how that would be. And if you're talking like racism or even capitalism or an economic structure or any ideology that would be considered uniform across society, what's the neurological mechanism of having this uniform ideology across individual minds?
Alrighty.
So I think
There's a
that
question in the chat I just want to answer real quick. Prefacing this is my definition here. In my understanding of the English language, mind is an ordering principle, not something that's a property of a brain or in any way localized to a brain, although there is localized resonance of information that is mind like in the subject. And what you're saying as a mind is basically what I understand as a soul, which is your individual life force energy. The whole point of doing physics was to stay away from chakras. So you guys, I'm just saying it does eventually end up on chakras and crystals. We already know that. So
we
by
need
the
the multiple
very
truth
virtue of
hypothesis,
English,
saying that
I
the
need I
general.
need MTH hard, and it was hilarious because I was talking to memes about this, and I'm like, okay, once it gets touchy on the topic of consciousness, what I'm my go-to sentence is now, I'm just going to say, I'm going to cite the multiple truth hypothesis,
We
and
talked
then they'll
about this in
hopefully
past
forget about
weeks.
consciousness, and the conversation will proceed peacefully.
We talked about this in the past, just in terms of common identity, like even a person like memes, or you or me, that I have a concept in, say my mind. I'm just going to use the word mind, even though it has different meanings, because generally, but as an individual mind, and has a recognition of a phenomenon, and then it's an agreement between individual minds that it's in reference to the same phenomenon, even meanings of words in general. So we say, say the word President Biden, or memes of destruction, that even if you have a different concept of mind of what that refers to, that there's, like I said, brother and sister, when we both say mom or dad, we're referring to the same person, even though we might have a different concept in our mind of who that person is, um, let alone an ideology. And even like the question, like red or blue, like what does red or blue means? But when we say red, that we could both look at the same object and refer to it as the same uh, uh, declaimer to refer to it. But if you're talking about an ideology, that becomes even more obtruse. So if you're saying, like, not just a word, like, okay, what does racism mean, but what does an ideology mean, like capitalism or communism? And then you're going to say that there's a societal ideology where basically the masses of society all have the same concept of mind to create a uniform ideology, and the ideology could be false. And if it's like scientific racism or something like that, but to take the first step to say that this false concept actually exists uniformly in individual minds.
False things are atemporal, and atemporal things can have causal powers because people, anime conventions exist. There's your evidence, just saying for people who are
Well,
unfamiliar with these arguments.
I'm talking about the basic cognitive structure of saying, how do you have a uniform ideology across independent singular minds? And is there even such a phenomenon? So the critical theory is assuming this concept that may or may not stand neuroscience, that you could have some sort of uniform ideology across individual minds.
Great. I
And
don't
to
know if
some
I made
extent,
my
like,
point in the chat. Skyworks 600, please tell me if I made my point about, because I'm really making these definitions relative to English, the language, to help anyone who wants to go on the journey from subjective to objective. So that's what I'm arguing based on. Oh, Doovid's already walked on. The localized resonance of a universal principle has no basis to be considered apart on one level. But then there's like the subjective. I thought of a great metaphor. I'm just going to like quintuple down on that's vaguely associated as like consciousness is to skeleton as atmosphere is to planet or something. I mean, subject to evolution. Ah. Yeah, I don't want to go on a huge ramble on that, but
yeah, well, maybe later you should ramble, and it's good, and you'll put a bookmark in this. I mean, hopefully next week I'm going to write my article on critical theory, and you see more and more the need for MTH in that, especially when you like MTH for understanding dualism. So if you're talking what is a construct of mind, and then you want a dualistic understanding of mind, where you're saying ideas are not the product of mind, that ideas exist on their own independently, like in a Platonic sense, and that
What exists would be dependent on definition, and definition would be dependent on convention, and then the convention would depend on the like culture, I think.
well,
Maybe.
even if it's false ideology, saying the nature of mind is that not that ideas are a product of mind, but ideas exist independently of mind, and ideas are not created by mind. That if they're enter minds, or what, however explaining these processes, as opposed to the mainstream understanding that's saying that ideas are a construct of mind. So if you get to like a Platonic, so Doovid's more in a Platonic school, and in the same way like you're talking about the degeneration of society, where um, the overall moral values of society have changed so much, that also the generic scientific understanding of mind has changed so much, that classic Platonism is so far removed from the average person to even look at this understanding of ideas existing independently in some sort of non-material realm, and that mind, and then to use that to explain the operation of minds, and saying just okay, minds exist in an independent non-material realm, but the spiritual realm, so to say, is not just mind. Mind is an element of the spiritual realm, and ideas are also an element of the spiritual realm. And then if you're talking about the interaction of ideas to mind, you're talking about the nature of how the spiritual realm operates. So if you need the multiple truth hypothesis, because say like most Kabbalistic, Platonic, historical philosophies of mind are philosophies of the spiritual realm that are talking about the workings of a non-material realm. And so modern things are so far removed that everything is considered the product of something material.
If it's been considered at all, I suppose, but that sounds accurate.
That's whether critical theory could survive into the neurological age, because you have to, if it to be a scientific theory, you have to be able to create some sort of neural correlate cognitive mechanism. So if reflective, so it's talking about reflection, and just people could reflect. Well, look outside, look at your experiences, and reflect on it, and then people could communally reflect on it and share experiences. That's not enough. You need some sort of neural mechanism also. So the cognitive dissonance isn't just a psychometric test that they found uh, neural correlates to it. So critical theory would have to have more than just, even if they could have psychometric data, and they might not even have psychometric data, but even if they could have psychometric data, they'd have to add on to that some sort of neural mechanism to give a correlate to that.
Psychometric data is also there's an interpretational sort of side to it that's harder to deal with. Like you're sort of in the same. It's the same like tier of difficulty as what Hammeroff is trying to establish, even though he's going along with what he thinks it needs to look like to fit the paradigm. It's unclear that he's seen as anything other than a fringe kook by many mainstream scientists, unfortunately.
We've attempted to for critical race theory, so example, implicit bias, where they could demonstrate psychometrically that uh, people's mind are systemically racist or whatever, that there's a construct where people will implicitly be biased in psychometric tests of mind if they test showing people pictures, or demonstrate that people will uh, think better things about blue-eyed people, or various things, that you could have psychometric tests to design it. And then you could also have psychometric.
That establishes something about perhaps what you might describe as aesthetic preferences. Does that actually suggest the mechanism of the mind, though?
Well, I'm saying it's psychometric. So psychometric doesn't tell you about mind, tells you about the product of mind. But they tell you the product of mind, and the product of mind is, so to say, racist. And then if you could also demonstrate that it's incorrect, that the racism is false, and that the product of mind is false and doesn't lead. So if you could demonstrate that people will have a preference, a racist preference, and that that racist preference is factually incorrect, that they will assume competence based on race, and if factually the competence is incorrect. But it still doesn't have a cognitive mechanism for how that works. And so if you put it into cognitive dissonance, into the greater science, but to some extent, that's what they've attempted to do with critical race theory and demonstrate that these biases are real and that they're false. But still, you can't, what's the actual origin of it and what's the cognitive mechanism that explains it? But if the psychometrically demonstrate it exists and it's false.
False as in doesn't reflect the actual competence. The ascribed competence and actual competence are not the same. That's what you mean by false.
Yeah, there's a false construct of mind that people psychometrically we tested to have a bias one way or another, and that that bias is factually incorrect. And so, I mean, these tests are well known, and it might even be one of the most commonly tested research thing in today's society. Certainly in the U.S., it's on the forefront of political issues, leading into even to university studies. Implicit bias, and but added onto that. So even at the psychometric data is demonstrated that they still don't have a real neural mechanism to explain it. So even if you have your theory like contrast or whatever Jennifer's possible theory, does that actually have a neural mechanism that could be correlated with neural correlates of consciousness, like saying a preference for the color blue or something like that.
Wouldn't it be kind of horrifying if you could? Like if science could be so precise as to know why someone likes the color blue, that's a little scary.
Well, it'd be testable, saying that if you could do a neural
I'm not
correlate.
saying it's not testable in principle. I'm just saying it sounds creepy.
Yeah, I don't know if that. I mean, what does it mean, creepy? Or but even to say
like
that
creepy that you just like it's like, ugh, I wish that wasn't the case. Icky kind of like.
Well, I mean,
creepy,
critical
creepy.
theory also assumes that like neti that there's a possibility of emancipation and enlightenment. So if you say that factually it's false, that but the mind plays a trick on you, so that implicit bias can't be stopped, that people will think better thoughts about people with blue eyes, even though it's factually incorrect, and there's some mechanism of the mind that causes people to have better thoughts about the color blue. So if they see someone with blue eyes, they're going to think something positive about them, even if it's factually false, and there's nothing that could be done about it because it's hardwired neurologically into the mind, even if it's false.
All right, I guess that's what you think it is. I don't have an opinion.
Well, it hasn't been tested that well, but I'm saying that could be. So if there was a neural mechanism, and so if it demonstrated that people have a hardwired preference for blue eyes, and it's not a construct of mind, it's a neurological.
Then it reduces to an aesthetic preference. But then to say that the blue eyes, if that reduces to an aesthetic preference, to say that all these judgments are purely aesthetic preferences. That doesn't follow. It doesn't even necessarily follow, number one, that everyone is judging the same based on blue eyes, because I certainly, I can tell you there is definitely a culture level preference for blue eyes in certain things. There's definitely an association of confidence for certain classes of things with blue eyes. I'll say that, but then to say that that's just like a uniformly positive thing, tenuous step. The
And
biggest
critical theory
problem
saying
with
it's a
this view is
delusion.
to then say that it apply that everything is simply that, which does not follow.
Critical theory saying it's a delusion.
It's kind of like saying, well, everything of preference of subjectivity reduces to a color preference. It's like that doesn't really follow.
Well, it's something that a person could be emancipated from because it's a delusion.
Well, that's again pretty nonsensical to me, but whatever.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what critical theory. But if you're looking from a neurological level, uh, it's possible that there's no mechanism of emancipation. That there's some hardwired preference that you can't emancipate people, like even like racism. That it's not something that people could be emancipated from, and because you have to understand some sort of neurological mechanism of emancipation, and then even to say the how social constructs, if social constructs, what's a neural mechanism for a social construct, and so that if they've demonstrated psychometrically that these social constructs exist in the mind, they haven't demonstrated that people could be emancipated from them. In fact, it would appear the opposite.
That should be in your article. Not the appear the opposite. You don't want to go to the full other side of it because I do think there's room for quite a bit of nuance here.
Well, from a materialist, it's like a deterministic point of view. What does enlightenment mean? What does it mean to have a false ideology? And can you change ideology? Can you recognize, like cognitive dissonance? Can you recognize your ideology was wrong and adopt a new ideology? And that's why,
Well, adopting new ideologies that are more therapeutic and fully overcoming what you're sort of alluding to here, I don't think is the same question exactly, but I'm glad you mentioned them both.
yeah, so that's why I wanted to write on critical theory, and it's an important precursor. It's one of the most pressing things in American society, and the social direction, and even kind of like the alt-right dissident politics is politics in general. Just what is ideology? How do you understand the origins and structure of ideology, social constructs, and how are they changed? And if you want to take the positivist
Cool.
view, that they don't matter. That so from a positive view, there be an understanding that there's like a scientific logic and cognitive structures that are true are scientific are based on the same logic, and like the predictive mind, um, if the mind is like a like a Bayesian computer that's operating logic gates, the mind is logical by nature. The mind doesn't make mistakes. The mind is created to be logical, and it would just be a difference between short-term decisions and long-term decisions, like cognitive dissonance, which is from the predictive mind, is basically a fight between short-term uh, decisions and long-term decisions, or a conflict of interests. And most of the conflicts of interest are between short-term and long-term decisions, and there's no disorder of logic. It's just a conflict, say, between short-term and long-term decisions usually.
Also, the degree of precision you can get and certainty of an answer depends on a lot of things. And if you don't have enough, quote, presuppositions or assumptions, then you're not going to necessarily be able to get super precise. There's always that trade off.
It's funny. I was watching, these going back to the theology unleashed, and definitely Jennifer has a lot to talk about too. But
It's all good.
just to put in the importance I've been mentioning, I've been watching all this Carl Friston, The Predictive Mind, and that this religious understanding that there's a unified mind is an incorrect assumption according to the predictive. There is no unified mind. And so both of the people on the Theology Unleashed agreed in this kind of like unified, unchanging mind. But from the predictive mind hypothesis, that's the main thing that is being there is no unified mind, and so if saying, oh, he thought incorrectly, so if the brain is created by logical, there's no such thing. The mind always thinks correctly. It's based on logic gates and structures. Uh, but the narrative part of the mind is not unified, and it's just the part that tells us what we're thinking, even aspect of a personality, that there is no unified personality over time. And these so that's a religious concept, and largely a dualistic concept, and most of these materialistic constructs of mind, the first thing that they have to, so Ben Watkins was also trying to say that there's a unified me that's the same over time. So most of the materialistic models don't agree with like Ben Watkins on that, and would reject that there's a unified person, there's a unified mind, and that there's a, a singularity of a person that's the same over time. And you need MTH for this because obviously that's not what me or Jennifer hold, but it's saying for the materialistic models that you have to understand that you're thinking, or even for self-reflection, when I'm reflecting, who am I, what causes me to act, that from a materialistic model, there is no singular I, and there is no unified me over time.
Hmm. Interesting. I was just sort of thinking, like, to what point is it good to go into definitions if, like, okay, what's the expected value of the average person's understanding or familiarity with these words slash concepts? Like, to what point are we basically interpreting a definition in order to, through our own knowledge of experience, get the point across as effectively as possible?
Well, we're not. We say presumably these are beyond the understanding of almost all of humanity, or even all of humanity. Even if we just understand a tiny bit of it, and how average people use these words or understand these concepts is irrelevant. Like T-jump, there's a truth, and the people who dedicate their life to it might have a higher grasp of the truth, and the recognition of expertise is that you're not going to understand this. Like, I'm sorry. Like, if you want to understand it, start your
Okay.
research, come back to me in a few years. And so how regular people understand these terms and words is irrelevant.
To me, it's kind of the fun of teaching. I guess I feel self indulgent.
So, I mean, you could
If
teach
people aren't
people to be
benefiting
better
from,
people.
I feel like people should be benefiting from the teachings.
Yeah, I'm saying that
Uh,
they benefit
and
from
they
the
should be
teachings.
celebrating the teachings so that they're like, yeah, that's whose lifestyle I want to subsidize
Yeah,
because of
that's
the
not different. So
benevolence.
people could be enlightened and emancipated, but it doesn't mean they're going to understand complicated things about mind. So you give teachings that help
Absolutely.
people, and even saying that you're saying the enlightened person recognize that there's a path, and the path takes decades of work, in that if you're only a few years
Decades?
into,
No.
well, lifetimes, or however you
Yeah,
understand it.
minimum lifetimes.
But if you're only a few years into the path, these ideas are beyond you, and it doesn't mean that as a teacher that you could help all people at all levels, but there's going to be certain concepts that's like, yeah, I mean, you can't understand um, quantum mechanics if you don't know calculus.
Well, I guess I'm going to try anyway and fail upwards.
Well, I'm saying to try. Well, I mean, maybe that's why you're failing. It's saying that you could teach people basic things that will benefit all people, but certain wisdom, it's chunking, in the sense that it has prerequisites.
Yep.
If they don't have the prerequisites, they're not going to understand it. and you're wasting your time and theirs.
I think basically, like, there's no prerequisites to consciousness per se.
With consciousness, but I was saying the theories of mind there is.
Sure.
So everybody has consciousness, can understand
Consciousness
consciousness.
interprets, that's the thing. The consciousness interprets the theory of mind subconsciously. And that's where it's sort of hard to get off the ground with any of this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't know Markov blankets and Bayesian analysis, you're not going to understand the predictive mind. You can understand elements of it. You can understand consciousness, but the certain elements. They say, okay, first study Markov blankets and the Bayesian analysis, or else you're not going to understand the predictive mind. You might understand certain elements of the predictive mind without Bayesian analysis of Markov blankets, but if you understand it well, you'll know the limitations of like probability, or what level that what level can a person understand of the predictive mind based on their prerequisite knowledge. And so the person may be completely absent to the predictive mind, doesn't mean that they can't advance in their understanding of consciousness.
Well, then it's a question of theory of mind interpreting what is the link between consciousness and mind. Every single assertion therein presumes its own conclusion. That's where the one of the issues are.
Yeah, but processes versus enlightenment. Like a person could have some form of enlightenment without understanding processes, or and maybe not, but
That is a very interesting semantic question. Like the way I would phrase it is there we can assert that there are processes, and if we're gonna have like a spectrum, what's at the other end of a process? And I'd say something like an identity or a definition. Because the when I think definition, there's this it's static in a way. And when I think process, there's the process, the cycle of the process is static, but the process itself is sort of alluding to motion in that a process is a cycle or in the sense that it has multiple steps.
I give the example where you don't have to be able to design a car, understand how a car works to drive it. You have to, so if you're teaching a class on making computers, it's going to be different than teaching a class on using computers.
I guess I
So,
think that if people understand the basic computational-esque processes, they'll be more interested in learning how to code, and that'll be fun.
well, I mean, if you're working on persuasion or something, but I'm not even trying to persuade. So if you're giving, like, if you're talking consciousness, how to use your mind versus how the mind works, and to a certain extent, like, yeah, you don't have to know how an automobile works to drive an automobile. You don't have to know how your computer works to use it. So if you're giving a class on how to use the software versus how to design the software,
Uh-huh.
and so that's similar with your mind, or consciousness. That if you're teaching to enlighten people how to use their mind versus understand the mind, and they're somewhat different. The different curriculum. And so you could
That is very
say
true.
most people are not going to be capable of understanding how the mind works, but it doesn't mean they're not going to be able to use their mind, or use their mind better. And
To
then,
what end, though? Can they then make judgments about mine?
it may not matter. And that,
Well, it doesn't follow. It follows, in fact, that it doesn't.
well, I'm saying that you don't have to understand how the mind works to understand how to use your mind well.
But then to turn around and judge the content of minds is precluded by saying you don't actually understand how it works. Like you said yourself, you can't account for the evidence.
You don't have to, I mean, that you don't have to judge. And just like you don't, most people have no idea about Boolean logic circuits, but they can still use their computer, or the combustion engine, or whatever. They still drive their car.
Right. But that's like saying that because you are good at driving a car, you should be designing engines. Does that follow?
No, I'm saying the opposite, that most people are never going to understand this stuff, and there's too much prerequisite knowledge. And then you made the point, like teaching enlightenment. I said there's nothing to do with it. That so I'm giving the
Okay,
parallel to
well, to me,
like
if something can't
to
make you,
designing cars.
Uh-huh.
Most people could get a driver's license, but they're never going to go into car design. Most people could use their cell phone, but they're not going to understand microprocessors. And just because there's going to be a lot of people that know how to drive a car really, really well,
Hmm.
but they're not going to be engineers, understand, or people that really know how to use their cell phone well, but they're never going to understand microprocessors.
I don't see the point of this sequence of identical allegories.
That understanding how the mind works has close to nothing to do with enlightenment, and you could recognize
Well, see, the
just
mind
like
is
the
that which
Penrose
is
Hameroff
experienced and
hypothesis.
becomes enlightened, right?
Like I say,
So
unfortunately, no, you can't. You don't have the prerequisite background in math and physics and biology to understand the Penrose Hameroff hypothesis. Um, you're not going to get it.
who
I'm
are you
sorry.
talking to here?
Welcome to the general audience, but
I
it doesn't mean that
mean, okay, are
that they
you trying to
can't
like
have some sort of enlightenment, but just say they don't
what?
have to waste your time trying to explain the Penrose Hameroff hypothesis to people with no background in math, physics, and biology. But it doesn't mean that they can't, be taught some form of enlightenment and how to use their mind.
I know you don't have to teach enlightenment to teach science. I get that.
Yeah, so just separate it, and then you separate like
Well, no.
you're not going to understand the stuff. It has too much prerequisites, but it doesn't mean that when you sit it down for the person to use their cell phone in the car, you don't have to start the class with the basics of engineering. You do the gas pedal, the brake pedal, the basics of what it means to drive the car, not how the engineering of how the car operates. And the same thing for mind. That you want to
Okay.
educate a person, enlighten a person how to use their mind. You don't have to explain to them the mechanics and processes of how the mind works.
That would appear to be self-contradictory.
It's not self-contradictory at all.
Explaining how it works and then understanding how it works. You're acting like those things are unconnected. I don't even understand. Like, help me out here, audience. What's going on here? Daryl says you have to understand what it does, even if you don't know exactly how it does it. We can look at what it does. We can say, look at what consciousness does. We got a bunch of, we can point to that stuff and agree about it. We can agree that an anime convention happened. Okay, good metaphor. It's like, why did it happen? Okay, the what is it? Thing with the unicorn thing. That's not real, but people still dressed up as one. Okay, atemporal things, unreal atemporal things have causal powers too. So
When it goes down to like Avogadro's numbers, so you're like micro versus macro processes. You explain macro processes, even though they're based on microprocesses, that people could have macro success without understanding microprocesses. But the true fundamentals of how things work is based on the micro. And so it's if
you mean the
the
periodic table type logic? Like you're pointing to something periodic table esque as to have an absoluteness of micro? Because I would say that's like I don't see why that follows, especially from a dualistic perspective. It appears to be cosmological.
well, so you don't the periodic tables. If you would say that's the micro level, you
Yeah.
don't need to understand the micro level to understand macro processes.
Okay. And you're saying you could teach this stuff and not have it lead to enlightenment. And I'm saying no, I couldn't.
You could teach on the macro level things that will lead to enlightenment, like love of God, karma, action reaction, without teaching micro processes. Just like you could teach general health without ever mentioning the periodic table. You could be a physical
Could I
trainer.
could mention it though,
Well, you could. It might not even make a difference.
but it
You know,
might.
a physical trainer or a dietitian, they may never mention micro processes. It
Well,
may be
whether it would happen would be if
completely
it was
irrelevant.
therapeutic, right? So it'd be more of like an Ayurvedic thing. It's like, is it worth it for this person to learn like Vaisheshika or something in that context? Because it's a healing science and it's survives. So obviously, part of the motivation is the service to people stuff. Yep. So I guess yeah.
You don't waste a bunch of time. It's like your doctor uh, you come in, you're like, what's wrong with me, doctor? And can you fix me? If they prescribe a medicine, and say, well, what does this medicine do? And it's like, well, it's too complicated for me to explain it to you because
So that's
it's
the thing. It oughtn't be, and I'm hoping maybe it won't be in the future based on these doctrines or something. Obviously, it's going to be some derivative from these doctrines. What the doctrines are meant to prove at this stage is that we can't really make much sense of what we can make sense of materialistically in terms of cardinality, in terms of 118 to 4. When I say cardinality, I'm talking about a biophysical feedback loop 118 to 4 being something we can point to as that which may be analogized to the macro scale in a manner that is certainly not self evident at all.
well,
That's
no,
all
it's
I'm
just
going to
like
say.
a vaccine, but like or any medicine that your average person doesn't have a comprehension of microbiology to understand how medicines work. If you're on a
Yeah.
macro level, like what's wrong with me, doctor? And it's okay. Well, there's some, uh, and then why is this medicine going to help me? That you have to have a certain level of trust or faith in your doctor, and you versus a physical trainer, you could probably understand what the physical trainer tells you, and even exercise. If like the macro level of the systems, like the muscular, skeletal, immune system, uh, various things a person can understand on that level. But if it's a micro biological level where you're talking about one medicine that targets one specific receptor, and why what's wrong with a person is going to be fixed by one thing that targets one receptor, uh, is largely beyond the comprehension of most people, because they'd have to get reached to the micro level. um, you're just like
No,
the
I think the
computer.
argument is that most people don't want to go to the micro level and they only go to the micro level when they're like have this all consuming obsession with processes and the absolutism of process relations. That's a tiny
Because there's
minority of people.
prerequisite knowledge. So you can't just go on demand to the micro level. So if you're just for your average person, so like a
Would be
vaccine or
nice if
something,
you could though.
well, because you have prerequisite knowledge. And so if the person hasn't done the prerequisite studies and they want to go to the micro level, it's
Well,
not
the
going to
idea
work.
is that you can go to the micro level through purely perception based reasoning,
Well, you could break it into processes. So I mean, if it's
which
like,
would have to somehow be relevant to the ultimate process, which is the subjective personality simulation.
well, even the complications of like a vaccine, it's like, well, what's an ACE2 receptor or something like that? And you could possibly break it down into like 10 different steps and explain it to a person. But in reality, it's too complicated for most people. The even the steps on the micro level, like what's
All
an ACE2 receptor?
right, all right. Well, dwelling on how complicated it is when there's a precedent for medicine, which is super complicated, being made simple, I've got a precedent. And I also like Daryl Skyworks, who says you're just a temporary bit within the flow of progression who may or may not pass on perspectives to those who follow, enjoy the ride. Who are you trying to convince here? Me or you? Bud? What's going on?
If you're talking about quantum mind, like microtubules, so like, well what's a neuron? You're like, well, I mean, you gotta.
Microtubules is a materialistic theory because it's, in my opinion, because it's saying that consciousness is something that is created on some level or in a loop with the microtubule matrix. So that whatever, if we could get to the bottom of the info in the microtubule matrix, that would be informationally somehow like equivalent or mappable to the contents of our minds.
If you look at the levels of abstraction to get to microtubules, so it's okay. You have a body. Your body has a nervous system. Your nervous system has cells called neurons, and within those cells called neurons are microtubules. So if you just break it down into three levels of abstraction: neural system, neurons, microtubules. You have at least,
That doesn't
and
give any information though.
you have a thing just to get to the point that the levels of abstraction or the layers that you have to. So if a person's like, well, okay, I've heard the nervous system, remind me what neurons are again. and then then we'll get to the microtubules.
Right, but that's not how it works, so it's not going to be perceptibly intuitive.
What is our? I mean, that's how cognitive structures
That's not
work.
how it works. That's the model, but that's not how it works.
Yeah,
Models
but so,
don't really, models can affect our perceptual states clearly, which can affect biology to some extent, but there's like just like the periodic table's fixed, there's sort of a fixedness.
in some, if you're adding on, so like quantum mind, so just the physical mechanism, like okay, you got these things in you. They're called microtubules. They exist in your neurons, which is a major component of your nervous system.
And you could say that structure generates a superposition, which is encoding the information. I'm not saying that right now necessarily. I'm just saying one could say that at that point.
Yeah, so from chunking, I mean, you're looking at least like 5 levels of abstraction. And so if a
And
person,
I think we want to be more so on the level of saying like how many levels of abstraction before it's incoherent, default position. Anyone want to guess the number?
well, I'd say generally one, a person could only go one level of abstraction further than their current level of knowledge usually.
Well, now you're into difference between memorizing definitions and understanding a particular process relation. I mean, you can't you can't
Even to
equate those two
hypothesize.
notions.
I mean, so if a person has never heard of neurons, but they've heard of the nervous system, so you could start to explain to them neurons, but to go from the neurons to the microtubules is going to be too much. If they've heard of neurons, you could go to the microtubules. So the piece of information that in some level, so and then so the prerequisite, and then if you're talking fields of knowledge like um, superposition, or things that require whole disciplines of mathematics or science, that
There's no unified doctrine on superposition. It's a presumption of the Copenhagen interpretation. It's more so a guideline for
I mean, I
science.
think it fits into a curriculum in a general field.
Oh, absolutely. It's more general than a model. That's the
But I
point
think
I
it
was
fits
making.
into a general curriculum that people don't come across it till uh, junior level physics classes in university. The person wouldn't even hear of it. I mean, they might hear about it tangentially but they wouldn't study it till junior level um, physics in university. So if you talk your average person who doesn't even have freshman level physics, you say you're not going to understand this. It's not worth my time or yours to explain it to you.
I never feel that way.
Well, you probably do.
I never feel that way. I'll just keep trying like a big, strong, you know.
Well, you just wait. You don't mind
Sorry.
wasting your and other people's time. I mean, I guess
I
generally the role of women in
don't see it
science,
as a waste of time because at the
the
very
women in
least,
science are like a salesman for science. So you're
there's
not really
nothing wrong with getting a failure in a method if you get better at teaching and realize, oh, that failed. That's its own type of data.
yeah, but saying that's it's kind of the current doctrine. You are being used as a salesperson for science. So no one seriously looks at you as a science teacher. You're just like the woman in science that's meant to be a salesperson for science, and you're to make people interested in learning it. But no one takes you seriously as a teacher in that sense. You're just a salesperson for the field in general. But if you were actually a serious teacher in the field, you would understand these things. So in sales,
Or
it's
I would have a right hand that was so damn transcendently knowledgeable that it wouldn't matter that I didn't know any of this stuff. Or that,
just your ego as a woman in the field that they're saying you're just the salesperson for the field, but in your own mind you think you're a great teacher, and the reality is, unfortunately, you're not. They just let you think that because they want more women in science.
so I'm sort of like a reverse sexism, or I don't even know what you want to call that.
Well, I mean, you're like the result of affirmative action or something like that, where they just let you think you know what you're talking about because they want more women in science.
Interesting perspective. Daryl says a superposition is just a sum of all possible positions. Not a lot to understand about it. All right. A statistical sum at that. Yeah, well, people could say that thermo is just a statistical sum, but thermo always proves to be able to push forward the boundaries of what it can encompass.
It kind of relates to the debate on the flat Earth. If you want to move towards that,
Sure.
there's merry-go-round in this, and you know, 'cause it even seemed like was in Wysit. I don't know if his actual name, whatever he
Witsit
called Witsit.
and
Um,
Kai are their names. They just got married. Congratulations.
yeah, congratulations. I mean, did you know your partner? Had you ever spoken to him before this debate, or I don't know how that get organized? Where
Oh,
you
it's
can,
just James that went ahead and put that together. Really appreciate that, James. So
it's
yeah.
like he just randomly gave you a partner that you never heard of before.
Well, I guess it was decided that me debating flat Earth was profitable and not horrible to the point of, and maybe it's just more, me being a spokesperson for science. That's a predictive hypothesis, isn't it?
So you have no idea. Just James asked you if you wanted to do it, and you said yes.
That's
And
correct.
what process that he came towards teaming you up with your partner, or why it was you, you have no idea. He just sent you an invite
That's
and said
correct.
he's going to team you up with a random partner, and do you want to do it? And you said yes.
Yes.
And he didn't fill you in on his decision making process.
Nor did I inquire.
So I mean, it could be that Witsit asked for you, like they want, like he's the profitable debater, and and so they asked him who he wanted to go against, and he said you, but that's hypothesized. You don't know. You didn't ask.
It's a great hypothesis. I mean, it does tend to devolve to insults a lot, which perhaps is less than Vance worthy.
Yeah, but I mentioned like your partner's strategy of like you lie, and the assumption that they're flat earthers because they're dishonest or don't understand physics, which at least in terms of on the fly, like Witsit appeared to know physics better than anybody else. Even you're like you can't do math on streams in terms of like basic knowledge of processes or explanations. He was almost instantly able to explain every single physics concept, give the accurate number.
He was able to give a perception of an understanding. A lot of the information that was given by him was not, in my opinion, accurate. So, I
But you
mean,
weren't
the
able
appearance
to on
the
the fly.
appearance of he was very convincing. I'll give him that, like rhetorically tight.
What is the framing of the debate? Because if the debate is flat Earth, if so is the debate. If the debate was globe skepticism, I would say they won. If they shifted the goalpost and that wasn't framed well, or he's a better rhetorician, that so if the debate was globe skepticism, I would say unquestionably he like they won. It was mostly him, but I mean like but if like if it was actually flat Earth and some sort of positive, like who's the positive, who's the negative. So if it was him arguing the affirmative that it's a flat Earth, they really didn't posit any evidence. If the debate was, do we actually know that the Earth is a globe or a sphere? I would say he won pretty handily. In almost all of the science, all of the explanations he was ready for, he had within the realm of physics some sort of skepticism of why that doesn't actually show that the Earth is a globe. So I mean, you at some point like framed it or tried to get back and say that they didn't really demonstrate any globe, but saying at least in terms of that it's reasonable to be skeptical scientifically from a physics point of view that the Earth is a sphere or a globe in general, that he was quite successful, and neither you or your partner was really good with on the fly physics.
There's an issue with whether it makes sense to go down into the muck with the other interlocutor or just attempt to strike from a position of, no, I don't accept your presumption, yes, you are abusing science, and I'm going to correct you on your own metaphor, basically, like the internal critique kind of thing. Like, I don't think at any
I don't think he
point that
abused
I didn't
science
have
in the
the
sense
edge. If I'd have gone any harder, it would have looked insecure. To look insecure in a flat Earth debate, weak.
because
That's
he
my
didn't
view.
abuse science. If you're talking about his questions of the phenomenon, so I mean, the two things he didn't. The argument didn't center around flat Earth. The argument largely centered around globe skepticism, and I would say that he won. So it didn't really center around flat Earth, and because he doesn't really have a
That was
model,
not the subject. It was globe versus flat or something. It was
that
as
wasn't the
vague.
way
It
the
would appear to be
conversation.
as vague as possible in the tile.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, most of the conversation was the classic understanding of why you would think that the Earth is a globe, and him giving skepticism, and then even a few proof, saying that for flight patterns that they assume that the Earth is flat, and then his negative argument that if the Earth is spherical, that it would make a difference in flight patterns.
What? Yeah, exactly. This is exactly why your idea, I didn't want to do it. You're like, go into explaining the formulas on a sphere. It's like, obviously, if I'm doing a demonstration with a sphere, they're going to be like, you're presuming your own conclusion there. It's how do you get to a sphere without presuming anything? It's fine once you've presumed a sphere to say, oh, you can get the same calculations, but because you can make a Mercator projection easily and say, well, why aren't we on the Mercator projection? That's basic. They're basically saying, why aren't we on the whatever the projection is where you fix the North Pole? It's not the Mercator projection. Excuse me. Anyway. Mercator stereographic. It's been a while. Pardon me, but anyway,
Yeah,
it's
and so his
essentially impossible to get the debate off the ground because they're appealing to intuitive perceptual largely, or at least actually that wasn't the case here. Here, this was actually more aggressive on the strength of the science that we were putting forward.
well, he actually
Interesting.
understands the science related to the argument. That's like you or your partner don't. You might have a background in physics, but you don't actually understand the science pertinent to the subject. So even like your inability to
Holy
use
shit, I understand it well enough that going into it on stream is a waste of time, and I'm trying to make an argument in the same class of arguments as what the flat earthers are making so that people can't be like, "Wow, those arguments are so unconvincing from the physicists." Maybe I could have done better, but frankly, I'm starting at a tremendous disadvantage if I'm attempting to justify physics based on perceptualness, whatever it is. Excuse me. Haha.
well, I didn't even bother flowing. It was a low tier debate, but I'm just saying if your objective was to show
It
that
was
the
to
Earth
not
was a,
lose.
I mean, I think you did lose, unfortunately.
Well, perhaps I'm in an unwinnable position if my opponents are coming at me with arguments that based on my own position, I can't address in a compelling way. Well, I'm destined to lose all the debates. And if that's how it's, it's going to go, I don't know
A
what to say.
compelling way to show that the Earth is a sphere. That
Right.
that you didn't really. And what arguments did you make that the Earth was a sphere that stood? And they you made a few
The
arguments.
idea is what are we talking about when we're saying burden of proof? They're saying burden of proof is on the one saying it's a sphere. I'm saying based on everything technologically, burden of proof's on the one dissenting from sphere. And I should have been more explicit about that. But then it goes into a territory of like aggressiveness, and then they're going to escalate aggressiveness, and then where does that go?
I don't think they were aggressive. I'm not sure where
I don't think they were either, but it could have possibly got escalated if the tone or direction of the combo changed.
I mean, just like Mark and this time your partner, both time your partners were unnecessarily aggressive and doing
Look, I
personal
cannot
attacks.
control my partner on that level. Okay? So, if people want me to advise them on debate strategy, cool, but like I'm not going to like impose my debating skills on other people. So he's free to whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you just seem kind of like a passive spectator this last debate, even the Mark debate. Like also,
Wow. So what should I have done more of? Insulting people?
well, I gave you my recommendation before. I would have
You
told the
said I should give an algebra based explanation and making a
no,
reference
you
to a
can't go back
diagram.
to I mean, no wonder you lost. You can't even correctly say what I said.
Your explanation would have involved me invoking a diagram at some point.
Well, I said that you should have went the formulas of spherical trigonometry.
Exactly. That's so abstract. On the one hand, you're saying that it's abstract, nobody can understand it, and on the other hand, you're saying go into the most abstract version of the explanation. I'm saying that's a lost cause, and I've seen Mark do it infinity times, and his explanation is relatively good, but it just, it's unconvincing to the people who are unconvinced. So I guess I was taking a shot at maybe convincing one person. Because if I go it along the direction of algebra geometry, if I make an algebra geometry type argument, nobody who sits on the side of the purely perception-based reason people are going to change their mind.
Algebra geometry. I said trigonometry.
Trigonometry is algebra and geometry.
It's its own separate field. I mean, you want to put
trigonometry is like a unification.
I mean, why are you switching the word on me? I said trigonometry.
Trigonometry is a unification of algebra and geometry. So I'm saying that algebra and geometry are facets of trigonometry. Specifically, triangle relative geometry. Yeah, well, so to me, it's a lot about perception. If I appear to be ruffled by losing a flat earth debate, that's bad in a larger sense. So it was pretty stressful because you never know what's going to get said in terms of,
what? And trigonometry is a specific function concerned with angles.
Right, defined relative to a Pythagorean triangle.
Yeah, I mean, trigonometry as opposed to geometry and algebra. Trigonometry is its own separate field in the field of angles. The geometry doesn't necessarily the angles. But and that's why I said spherical trigonometry. That I would have used spherical trigonometry because angles on a sphere are different than on a plane.
And how many people would I have convinced with an argument like that who weren't already convinced?
Well, I would have given the arguments whether people understood them or not. And maybe
so if we're giving arguments whether people understand them or not, can't I just give my arguments with the 0.0001% chance someone catches it, or have to stick with the 0% chance anyone's going to understand?
Well, I mean, that was kind of why Winsett basically won, because he was able, whether accurate or not, to do the math and explain the physics on the spot, and you were just like, I can't do math in my head. And so
I said I'm not about to validate the veracity of a completely uncited thing. And if I wanted to go any further, I would have had to say, this is obviously a stall to you. So you're saying I should have gone to the point of saying and describing it and saying this is a stall tactic from him, because if he was really, if he cared so much about me looking at any of this stuff, he would have sent it to me in advance of the debate as a particular point, which isn't the case. I don't know. I could have gone to that extent.
Well, I say so you focus on just explaining things. I was, was messaging you and my streaming advice to you, just separate your own stuff from just generic basic teachings. And he seemed able to just explain simple scientific concepts, make basic calculations.
I was able to on the fly establish that the height of a plane was 0.01% of the size of the planet. I established that on the fly. I didn't have access to that in advance of the exchange. So I think that's pretty impressive. And I said that it completely makes sense that a sphere would be approximated as a plane on that scale, because an ant on the scale of an anthill, that's a bad example, but there is basically no example. His argument is that we look exactly like the periodic table. Do we look exactly like the periodic table? No, there's absolutely no reason for us to believe that there should be a correspondence.
I mean, it validated his argument about flight patterns and that pilots fly assuming a stationary flat Earth, and that if
and that model only works on a globe when you're at that distance from the surface. That's my point, is that his evidence actually supports globe Earth. He just doesn't understand what it means to be on a globe. And I didn't want to make that point too forcefully because I didn't want them to turn it into some sort of like
No, I mean, you didn't. I
super
was saying
aggressive thing.
you didn't. It didn't seem that there didn't seem that there wasn't anything that he didn't understand. You didn't demonstrate, like, if there was a question of who understood physics or not, he appeared to understand physics much better than you two. And
Does
so you
anybody in the
presumption
chat
that you
agree?
understood physics.
Does anybody in the chat agree with Doovid that the people, the
Winsett understands
lovely
physics
couple we
much better than
debated,
Jennifer.
were
Anybody watching
appeared
the
to know
debate
physics or
would
science
think
better
that
than us?
Winsett has a
Anybody?
better mastery of physics than Jennifer without question.
Anybody want to agree with Doovid on this one? I'm curious because I know Doovid has some pretty out there opinions, but I think this one you are
He's not out there at
leaving
all.
alone.
I don't know his background. Like, I mean, you just have a bachelor's degree in physics, but anyone watching the debate is, even if he's wrong about the flat earth, that he has a better command of physics than you. And you
Based
did not do
on
anything in the debate to demonstrate at all that you had a better command of physics than him. Even for you just to assume that you have a better command of physics from him is completely unwarranted, because he could have a better command of physics and be wrong about this at all. Like, at no point did you demonstrate that he had a false command of physics anywhere in the debate.
because if I move to do that, that means I'm intimidated, doesn't it?
No, because you didn't, at one point you didn't demonstrate that he had a false command of physics.
I didn't fully establish because part of being, in my understanding of things, part of being right about physics is being intuitively right. And if someone's intuitions are correct, if I don't grant them that, then that's bad sportsmanship from a debate perspective.
Even now, you're saying,
I'm not gonna betray my debate
at what
principles.
point did he have a false conception of physics? What point did
Pretty
he
much
say something
everybody
that was?
for all time has a false. You could argue that to be alive necessitates a false conception of physics. You
I mean,
can
over
literally argue that
philosophical,
easily.
you're just
You
talking
can
about
easily argue
basic
that.
concepts of physics. At no point during the debate did he appear to have a false concept of physics. In fact, every relevant point, he appeared to understand the physical concept, as where you and Taylor most of the time didn't. And it was like, oh, I can't think that fast. I'm not even talking about like whether the the topic of the debate of globe or flat. I'm talking about command of physics, and just for you to assume that you understand physics better than him, I don't know where you got that from. Because I mean, from
Where
everything I
did I
saw,
get the
Winsett
understanding? Where did I
understands
get the
physics
belief
better
that
than
I
you.
understand physics? Is that what you're
That,
asking?
but it's saying that you can't see that this guy Winsett is a better physicist than you.
I can't see that he appeared to have a better grip on
Physics.
subject-related propaganda, or that he had a better
I'm saying
transcendental
physics.
understanding of physics
I'm
than
going
me.
to change the subject or even the matter of the debate. Just who understands physics better. And from everything I saw in the debate, Winsett is a better physicist than you. I'm not saying he's right about the content of the debate. I'm just saying he's a better physicist than you.
Part of physics is evaluating the validity of evidence.
And you're disagreeing. You think you're a better physicist than Winsett.
I think that the term physicist here is ill-defined. If we're going to say physicist is one who studies things which are mind independent, and my entire ideology precludes mind independence or offers multiple things which may be called mind independent, which are incompatible concepts, which is a lot closer to what it is.
You're
As
talking
I
about
alluded to
the
earlier in the
laws
chat.
of physics, the working mechanics and understanding of physics theories, like Newtonian mechanics and aerodynamics, and the various things that are pertinent to the debate. All of the physical concepts related to physics that came up in the debate, that he had a better command of them than you.
He was able to pile on rhetoric to cast doubt more effectively, but I'm saying the fact that you have to resort to that level of pile-on is itself the indication of weakness. And I don't even need to say it because it's that obvious. I could say it, but I don't see a need to, because if I do, it's like I'm
I mean, you're
worried
going ad
about
hoc
losing.
to defend the fact that you lost the debate, and to say the reason you lost the debate is because
You're
Winsett
saying
has
it's a
a
loss.
better
I'm
command
saying it's a
of
win.
physics than you. He
I'm
on the
saying
fly.
it's a win. because I'm defining the win criteria differently from you, which is fine. And I agree with, by your definition, I did probably not win as hard as I could have. I don't know if I lost per se.
Not
Like, I
winning.
think a lot of these debates are a draw.
What? Yeah, I mean, if you say like, no, I mean, I don't think he convinced anyone the Earth was flat. But if to say that if your goal was to demonstrate that it's a globe, that he came out on the better side using not sophistry but physics, showing that the laws of physics do not actually demonstrate that the Earth is a globe, and he came across like he had a better command of the laws of physics than you. That's in the goalpost. He didn't really argue too much for flat Earth. It was more globe skepticism. In that sense, I think he won, and he demonstrated to the audience that he's a better command of physics.
Having to shift the conversation to a favorable subdomain is a sign of weakness again.
It's not a weakness. And if he's saying that he doesn't really have a good model of the flat Earth to argue, and so he's focusing on um, the problems with the globe and countering the evidence that most people think proves that we live on a globe. And from that, I'd say he clearly won. And largely he won because, and even now you're resorting to ad homs,
What
and
do you
as
mean?
opposed
What
to
ad
saying
hom?
that he did his homework better than you. He had a better command of physics. He didn't have to resort to sophistry because he just was quick on the spot and had a better
I'm
command of
saying
physics
piling
than
on
you.
irrelevant statistics is sophistry. You're saying it's not. And it's a question as to at what point is rhetoric sophistry. That's a personal
It's not
evaluation. I
stuff. It's the
welcome
facts
us
of the
disagreeing.
topic at hand. You were talking the facts of the topic at hand, and he knew the stuff by heart. He was able to make the calculations, all the concepts. Like, I mean, I don't see how that's sophistry. I don't think he used sophistry at all.
His he what he was concluding from the facts was not entailed by the facts. He went on how long of a digression about someone climbing a mountain and what that was supposed to entail and et cetera, et cetera. He went off about general relativity and so on and so forth. If it's about
It's funny that you can't
skepticism,
admit that
if
this guy
it's
has
about
a better command of physics than you.
rhetoric is not physics. Okay.
I didn't say rhetoric, I said physics.
He had, and arguably you could say he was better at a Socratic shuffle than me. I'll
No,
take
I
a
said a
loss on
better
that.
command
I'm
of
proud to
physics.
lose and say, "Oh, I have to say I have to
Yeah,
concede that I
I
was
don't see
less
why you're
Socratic than
putting it
my
to
opponent."
rhetoric.
Cool.
I'm not
Cool.
even sure his rhetoric was that good. It's his command of physics that was better than you.
It's not even about a command of physics, it's about the appearance of a command of physics, first of all, because it's not clear what it entails to have a command of physics, other than you think that you're gonna trigger me by continuing to repeat it somehow, which is funny.
Yeah, to understand concepts and laws and theories and how they relate to the topic on hand, and even to make calculations.
Physics is about mind independent things. Debates aren't mind independent.
Yeah, I'm saying the globe is
A debate is not just
flat
about
Earth.
technical
Flat
precision,
Earth
which is what
globe
you could
is
argue
mind
is
independent.
mind independent,
Isn't that?
which is a tenuous concept.
I mean, there's okay. We're humans and we have to make an observation. We were talking about the laws of physics and globe versus flat. That's completely mind independent. We were talking
The
about
interpretations of the laws of physics are not mind independent. If they were, then it would be clear what the correct model was without beyond a shadow of a doubt, and it isn't.
well, because the empiricism, because we have to observe, but just say the working of the laws and how they entail, and the various recognized theorems of physics and how that would apply to a globe versus a flat Earth. Uh, you seem ill prepared, as where he was prepared. You know, the question like, oh, what's this law? What's this theory again? That he was
I said, what's
prepared.
the relevance to the point that you're making? Because I don't want to go down a rabbit hole that is a literal trap, a rhetorical trap to shift the terms of the conversation unfavorably.
Well, I mean, God forbid, so you lost to the flat earthers again. That's my opinion. That's my take, unfortunately. Not that he convinced anybody that the globe was flat, but that he
Are you
successfully.
saying nobody was convinced by that debate?
Um,
That might be a reasonable starting point.
I would, I mean, from the terms of the debate, where if you had, like a monk debate, and how many minds were changed, that I think they changed a lot more minds than you, where they had demonstrated a lot more skepticism towards the globe. That I don't think any flat earthers switched to the side of the globe, and there are probably people that said like, oh, it's not so clear that the Earth is a globe. The scientific evidence isn't as clear as I thought.
Here's the
You know,
thing, I find on the steps of like natural reasoning that I lose people, most people, when you're talking about going from a sphere to zooming in on a sphere, it's not intuitively clear that that would entail it appearing to be flatter simply because you are resolving progressively smaller sizes of a finite surface, which locally appear flatter. Like just on the pure reasoning stage, I find I lose most people at that stage. So if I can't get past that stage on reasoning, it's a fool's errand. And I'm saying, okay, they're all a fool's errand. So what's the best for in terms of just infotainment? And I was thinking just bringing some arguments that at least acknowledges the types of arguments that my opponents are making. But yeah, I mean, your point is, good. I want to stay away from algebra because as soon as, there's a quote, isn't there, about like the more, I think it was Stephen Hawking said, the more formulas you include, the less people can follow you. So like, who would I be talking to by going into your suggested direction? Like, how is it not choir preaching, basically?
well, I recommended in the DM to you that you talk about flight patterns, and he would have been prepared for that. But you say that the and you would include the formulas and just say that uh, people are aware of the sphere because the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere is the great circle as opposed to the straight line on the two-dimensional map, and that's why when you fly from the U.S., I mean, we covered this on Week in Review. I went over the slides multiple times. And when you fly from the U.S. or Canada to Europe, you don't go over the Atlantic. You fly north into Greenland, and because of the Great Circle and the actual distance, and you could even do a simple demonstration with a string and a globe that the shortest distance between 2 points is not the straight path, but it's an arc. And I recommended that you give that argument and that you include the formula
I
for,
literally start talking about path length.
yeah, that what the formula would have included in a
So
slide.
you're asking me to derive spherical geometry using the least action principle on the fly when I have 6 minutes.
I don't
Gee,
make
what
it
could go wrong?
derivation, but you could have included the equation for the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere.
That presupposes its own conclusion. I
Mhm.
understand that it's compelling. It is compelling to me. It's extremely compelling to me because the evidence explains, the data, and then the data explains the evidence. It works. It's fine. But
In something empirical that most people have experienced
I have
if
never
they've
had an
flown if
issue
they've flown if
conceiving
they've
of
flown
of a
overseas.
multi-scale resonance. I can conceive a multi-scale resonance. Okay, most people can't. I don't think. So where does that leave us? Just
I mean, he
acknowledging that.
mentioned like the flight path from South America to South Africa, and why like some claim was saying I don't know about that one, but I know that the thousands of flights every day from the U.S. to Europe or Europe to the U.S. that they fly north in the Great Circle, not the straight line.
There's multiple flat Earth models. So if they're skeptic, they can point to a Mercator projection, or I think I'll look these up just a minute.
Yeah, I mean, he probably would have had
And
an answer, but that
point to
was,
multiple models.
and then I mean, you could have at least even made yourself look smart, and you saying you could have included the formula, and you could have had something like I know, you could have insulted James and like yeah, I know this is a low IQ channel, and I don't want to get too into complicated things, but here's the formula there. And you come to my channel, we can review if you want a more in-depth, higher IQ understanding of this. So you could have even used it for your passive aggressive insult to James and his channel.
I don't want to do that.
Just you're just in the implied insult of just saying like, yeah, I know this formula is too complicated. The slide, and you could talk to me afterwards if you want to know more about it.
Okay. Mercator projection is the one where you wrap a piece of paper around the planet and project everything outwards and then unwrap the piece of paper. And stereographic projection is the one reminiscent of the UN map. So they're different. So to say, well, like if you can map the sphere to these different projections and preserve distance, all you need is a distance preserving map. It doesn't have to be spherical. So like I could argue pro flat Earth based on what you're saying. It would be honestly easier to make an argument for flat Earth based on what you're saying than a sphere Earth. Not that it couldn't be done. It's just that experimentally, or whatever you want to call it, there's like levels of compellingness, and there is some truth to this adage that you lose people when you invoke equations. But there's a lot more truth to the perception of familiarity would be something that it's not really about knowledge. It's about a lot the perception of knowledge, and then at a certain point, it's about realizing that there's something beyond just the pure perception of knowledge, and then deeper things. So, yeah, but I don't see how.
Formula that the shortest distance between 2 points, and the 2 points that's saying that we have a spherical understanding of the globe, and that the longitude and latitude, you only need 2 information points for the location on a sphere. So that saying if it's from like New York to London, you only need 2 points for
Sure,
New
you don't
York.
need 3 points.
You only need 2 points for the location on a sphere, longitude and latitude.
All right, I guess we're just assuming a constant height.
Yeah, so to get from any 2 points, and
The issue is that you're interpreting the height on a scale that is extremely small compared to the scale of the planet. And people generally have trouble visualizing macro to micro transcendentals. Like,
yeah, I mean, here you're saying the opposite. Like I was saying earlier that like things are beyond people's understanding, and now here you're saying that people just can't understand this stuff.
practically speaking, no, they can't, but that doesn't like matter because
And I was
God.
talking earlier that's what I was saying, that people can't understand this stuff, and I'm
Yeah, but there's God. God can fix that. Like with Ayurveda, God fixed the fact that nobody could figure it out. God just figured it out.
And but saying for the point of a spherical, that we have a spherical model, and the shortest distance between 2 points is the great circle, is an arc length.
And if there was an
And
isomorphism of a sphere to some type of plane-esque thing.
So I'm saying he could have had a response, and you would have had to see what his response of if you gave.
How do I? Because you're basically saying prove that there's no isomorphism from a sphere to a plane, and then he's just going to say, well, I'm actually just a globe skeptic, so I have to establish that there's no isomorphism from a sphere to anything other than a sphere, which is not the case based on topology. So I'd be trying to assert something. If I go the algebra route, I'm asserting something that most mathematicians on the face of it would disagree.
You're talking about something testable, the shortest distance between 2 points.
That's a matter of interpretation, and it always presumes its own conclusion. And there's a question as to what it means to interpret distance. You don't really necessarily want to open the conversation up to the possibility of having to dissect a fundamental metaphysical meaning of distance. Yes, it's elitism that I want everybody to understand. Some type
Well, and
of
that's why you
weird.
lost to the flat earthers again. Like you didn't make anybody understand anything, and now you're coming, like attacking the method I recommended. And so like, okay, like whatever. I mean, it's no skin off my back. You lost to the flat earthers again.
I think if you feel that way, you should try to debate yourself
Well, I
with
mean,
that
it's not my issue.
position.
Like, I mean, it just seemed dumb in the first place. But
All right.
I mean, I even mentioned to I was gonna sign up for a debate on modern day debates with the guy from the Crucible and Adam Green, but he just seems so hard to work with that I just said forget it. But if I was going to do that, I was at least going to debate on like my main issue, Judaism. And I was actually recommending uh, me and Adam Green against Christians, and that would be is Christian a Jewish deception, and it would be me and Adam Green against Andrew from the Crucible and somebody else. But he just seemed too difficult to work with, so I just forget it. But we'll see if Adam Green does the debate. But I thought it would be an interesting debate if it was me and Adam Green, because like I'm pro-Jewish and he's anti-Jewish, but we agree both that Christianity is a Jewish deception. So it'd be an interesting two-on-two debate against where me and Adam would both be arguing against Christianity from different perspectives. But yeah, I'm probably not even going to do that.
Hmm.
But like, no, I don't think I'd sign up for the modern day debate for a flat Earth debate. And because Winsett probably knows physics better than me. Like that. I mean, I would see if what his arguments would be for my spherical trigonometry.
It's
He
not
probably
about
has
knowing physics. First of all,
some
we're
sort
not
of.
talking about physics here. We're talking about a mathematical interpretation of physics. We're saying the geodesics of a sphere predict flight patterns. Now, we have to go from that to it being something compelling to the other side. How do we cross that bridge exactly?
So the geodesists predict the shortest distance between 2 points on the outside of a sphere.
Uh huh.
And
A
so it's,
geodesic is a definition, which always hinges on its own subdefinitions.
so saying that if a flight pattern tells you how many miles it is, and it's saying that you could, I mean, we have these calculations that this if you fly this path that's this many miles, and you fly this path that's this many miles, and those numbers are in correspondences with spherical trigonometry. So he has some sort of
Okay.
skepticism of why that's not the case. I mean, he probably would have a
He
reply, which
doesn't understand that series of, you know, mathematical propositions.
I mean, he probably does. I think it's you may
Um,
not understand it. Like I mean, every indication was that he like his problem wasn't understanding of physics. He has an
so you're
alternative
saying
theory.
that based on an understanding of physics, there's no real argument against a flat Earth, or that there was a hypothetical good argument, I just failed to make it. So who do you think out of the people who take my position I could possibly learn from, as an example?
Well, you're saying you don't even believe in your position of the debate.
I'm not saying that. I asked for an example, and I don't know that there is one because it's different to recite talking points versus to try to meet people where they're at conceptually.
Yeah,
Now,
but
Gerald
there's
says, I
the
don't know.
documents
I
you're
assume
talking
others'
about.
understanding. You can't do that. I'm not on assuming on others' understanding. I just don't want to put a, I don't want to put a ceiling on a potential understanding. I want to say maybe you understand, but you're going to have to contend with the fact that you're going to have to accept what it feels like to work with an incomplete understanding of something because any transcendental is infinite in some sense. We're finite, ergo, always going to be a partial understanding. Not everybody's ready for that level of uncertainty in the reasoning process.
Yeah, but he was framing in general like explanatory power, preponderance of the evidence.
What is the explanatory power of a spherical globe versus a flat globe? And from a perspective of pure geometry, you sort of can make arguments on either side because of the existence of these Mercator style maps. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty
there's a
lame. So
lot of
you
you
didn't
understand
really
what I
even
mean when I
prepare
say the
anything.
assumptions of the mathematical framework are continually being reasserted throughout the reasoning process? Like, how many times do you need to reassert the Cartesian coordinate system to reach the conclusion that the geodesic of a sphere corresponds with these equations?
So, I mean, you didn't even take your topic serious, so you
I
lost.
did take it seriously, seriously enough to know that that was way too long and would have been counterproductive because I would have looked like an egghead pinhead preaching to the choir, and I didn't wanna look like that.
I mean, you didn't accomplish anything. You didn't appear like, I mean, you didn't, so to say, successfully put forward strong arguments, and you didn't successfully demonstrate that you had a strong command of physics
And what does it look like to have a strong command of physics?
to understand and be able to explain the relative concepts, laws,
So if
and theories.
physics is based on consciousness and consciousness is infinite and infinite things can't be described,
Now,
what am
I
I
mean,
stuck
you're into
with?
the same thing where you're putting forward your own theories as opposed to demonstrating a command of the main concepts and theorems relative to the topic.
Well, that assumes that the main concepts and theorems inform understanding. And if the main concepts and theorems are saying, well, consciousness, we're talking about materialism and consciousness is outside materialism, they're not directly referencing consciousness, are they?
Yeah, I mean, so you sound nonsensical. So if you could have, you
Okay.
know, proverb for the debate, you say, okay, like I'm uh, a pantheist, a monist, but for the purpose of the debate, I will be putting forward materialistic arguments. Um,
I'm going to say that I want to
I mean,
progress the
you didn't frame the
conversation
debate, so really didn't even put forward any
because it's going to
argument.
come across as condescending. I've attempted this type of thing before. It comes across as condescending. And, the 3.5 people that actually follow me don't like it. Just kidding.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't. Like, I'm gonna say I wasn't. I'm not saying you did bad, but I mean, I think
What do you think
Winston.
the shape of the earth is?
In general, I think it's a sphere.
All right. So
I mean, spherical.
you are not in my target demographic for that performance. So if you want to help me target my demographic better for that performance. It doesn't make sense to preach to the choir. It gives across a not getting it vibe.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it seemed nonsensical in the first place. So, just
Where
that
did
you're
it what do you mean nonsensical? I'm sorry. You're saying sort of that it seemed he understood physics better than me, okay, and what nonsensical? I thought I made some pretty good points about the scale. I repeated the point about the scale. I thought it was good saying that it makes sense to actually model these flat earth models when you're proximal to the surface are perfectly reasonable based on scale. Did you not think that was compelling? I mean, to me, the entire thing ought to just be reassertions of that inevitability of that scale constraint.
well, in
If
terms
we
of the
can
argument about flight instructions or for air travel
I'm not denying that it would have been possible to instantiate such an
or observe
explanation. The
it
question
or
is, how
observe.
does one go from an explanation to a persuasive argument when what you're essentially saying is that the geodesic of a sphere corresponds to this spherical geometry, which they're going to turn around and say, you're presuming your own conclusion. You can't generate that without a sphere, which is always trivially true in math because there's an equivalence in the sense that the truths of math are derived, whatever it is when you're deriving it from axioms, a axiomat. But yeah, I mean, I think the reason I suggested you debate it is because number one, it can be helpful for other things like making you better at writing, but also it's easy to watch someone debate. It's a lot harder to take part in it, and it's an extremely hard position to take for a couple reasons. But the main reason is because it's so hard to reason intuitively. So I thought just basically overall that it was moderately good for education. In terms of if I convince anyone, I have no clue. But I'm more trying to just deepen the infotainment on the level of science to make it not just like a well you're wrong, well you're wrong, just bring it above that just a little bit.
Yeah, I didn't look at the comments on it, but so I don't know if you got any more subs or anyone reached out to you or said anything good. So, I mean, I guess like okay, you're part of the cast. I'm not sure if it's good, bad, neutral. I mean, just that James would contact you. I mean, if he could have even had a, I mean, he could have contacted you about a pantheism or something. He contacted you for the flat Earth. I mean, maybe he knows you have a degree in physics.
The thing is that I did relative to some of my other debates did a lot better. Like the first debate I did on modern day debate, it didn't catch. There was never any point like because it sort of was too much of a conversation. And in a debate like that, like I think honestly it can be amazing, but I don't want to say you have to script the whole thing, but you got to have your talking points in place before you go. Otherwise, it's just too darn easy to stalemate. And it's like fine, I'm fine to interject on the stalemates, which is sort of fun to do that a few times in that debate, but generally no. Uh, that's not to jump to that step is not realistic. So.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't bad, but I guess I wasn't impressed, and I'm not sure if like, I mean,
I'd
if you,
love to hear what anybody in the chat thinks if they saw it. Frankly, I do respect David's opinion, but I disagree obviously here. Like, I'm not trying to convince you people who are in the class of people who have your type of understanding of the shape of the planet. I don't need to convince you. We agree already. So you're saying I don't agree with how you're trying to convince people that don't already agree. It's like, well, can we agree to disagree? Like, did you not like what I said about the globe, or sorry, the glass lens metaphor, and how I brought that up to the camera and sort of showed that there's this inversion, so we shouldn't assume that our perceptions are necessarily correct, and that things look different inside the atmosphere than outside, and that's completely what you'd expect. That doesn't tell us anything directly about the shape of the planet. Like, anyway, I don't know. If people saw it, not whatever. It's always good to have feedback. Nobody really. I read the comments. I found that there was nobody that said that they changed their mind. So we haven't established that moved anyone. That's fine. To me, it's worth it if it's better than my last one. And I think it is better. So for the next one, if I'm going to debate those same people again, I suppose I could take a more aggressive stance and try to pin him down to stop him from piling on what is obviously evidence of nebulous value with regards to the overall interpretation of the question of the shape of the planet.
well, I mean, you could have done research. I mean, they have his own webpage that, I mean, besides the fact you already debated him, I mean, you could have done research and looked at his material.
Okay.
And did you do that?
No. Why would I do that? I'm sorry. You're right. I should have done that. Now that I said it out
So
loud, that sounds
minimal due
terrible.
diligence, saying like you. I mean, he has his own. I mean, he has a YouTube channel bigger than yours. I mean, you could have done like little due diligence to see his main arguments or what he put forward.
So Daryl says that flat Earth debates aren't about changing minds. Is it okay if I do the flat Earth debate with the intention to change minds, or is that not allowed? Because I'm not sure about exactly what the, ethical protocols are. So it's tough. Basically, seems like you don't like the idea of actually trying to persuade people to the position, presuming that they're actually taking a flat Earth position in good faith.
Well, I'm saying you didn't do the due diligence to see what his
Is
theory
it
is.
reasonable to presume that it's a good faith debate?
It doesn't look like. Well, yeah, I thought it was a good.
Is it
faith debate.
reasonable to presume it's a good faith debate? You're saying
Yeah,
yes,
I thought,
and I'm
I
saying
thought it
no.
was reasonable to assume it was
You're
a good
saying yes,
faith.
I'm saying no. So obviously
Well, I
we're
was
going to
saying
disagree.
it wasn't reason on your part. Like that you weren't good faith about it. He was good faith about it.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the premise of the debate. Is it good faith?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
You don't think that there's more important things to debate than whether the Earth is flat?
Well, there might be more important things, but it has nothing to do whether it's a good faith debate. I mean, that's the topic. It's a debate.
Okay.
You put forward the arguments in good faith. I didn't see any reason to think that his arguments weren't put together in good faith. And you're the one who wasn't in good faith. You didn't do the due diligence to look up his position or make a good faith effort to actually try to demonstrate that uh, the main arguments that the Earth is a globe.
Sometimes losing on purpose can be a good thing. Do you think? You think it's ever okay to lose on purpose so that other people can feel good?
Well, possibly, but I'm saying that I mean,
Look,
if anyone
I'm
wasn't in
not
good
saying
faith
that's what I
about
did.
it,
I'm not saying that's what I did. I didn't do
it was
that.
you that wasn't in good faith. I'm saying that
I was in
this
perfectly good
appears
faith
to be
given
his
the
position.
constraints of the
That's the
debate.
mainstream viewpoint.
I was in as good of faith as I could reasonably be expected from the
No,
position I
you
was
weren't. I mean, I'm
expected to
saying
defend.
you didn't look at his page. You didn't research
That's
his.
irrelevant. It is not a defensible position.
You didn't research the person you were debating or the arguments that they have, and you didn't really research uh, the mainstream physics historical arguments of why the Earth is spherical. So I mean, you didn't really
Okay.
take a good faith approach. You didn't do your due diligence.
You're saying I have to address his arguments.
Well, I was saying you just didn't do your due diligence. So I'm saying, okay, like if I, hire Jennifer for a debate, um, I do not expect that she'll do her due diligence research. She's not professional like that. She
Depends
doesn't
on the
do her due
debate.
diligence
It depends
research.
on the debate.
She's probably not even going to look at the other person's material beforehand, or do the basic research of the main aspects of the topic at hand. She's just going to say her own stuff.
You're making a completely false
She's not
analogy to all my debates.
She's not professional. She doesn't do her due diligence.
MOP wants to know if you've ever purposely lost at chess, and presumably, if the answer is yes, if
Yeah,
you've
all
been
the
correct,
time.
why?
And, I mean, multiple reasons. I mean, a lot of times to encourage
Yeah.
people to play more and make them feel good.
So exactly, take it as that.
Sometimes,
Take it as that.
gambling to encourage people to play for higher stakes in the future. Uh, but I mean, you're talking about public performance where
You're
you,
saying I can't have the same attitude about debates as you have about chess. Why not?
well, you can, but it's saying I don't think that that's the case here. Where you mean, I don't
It
think
doesn't
that.
matter what you think, though. It matters what you can prove.
Well, I'm saying because I'm a champion player, so sometimes I lose. Like when I let kids beat me because they know like I'm a good player and it gives them a ego boost to beat me because it's like a benchmark accomplishment. And this that Winset's a bigger streamer than you. He has his own bigger audience, so it's not like it's an accomplishment for him to beat you. He's already a bigger name than you, and for the other reason to encourage them to play in the future for bigger stakes. Let them think that I'm easy to beat, so that later we'll play for bigger stakes, or one of the multiple reasons. But none of those seem valid in your case,
Ah,
and it seems like you just didn't do your due diligence and were unprofessional about it.
I guess I still need to get schooled at the Academy of Doovid.
Like you just don't care about wasting people's time. You think it's
You
okay, you
say
think
it's a
it's okay,
waste of time. I don't think you've established
you think
that.
it's
If anyone
okay
in
to
the
like
chat would like to weigh in, if they thought that was a total waste of time, I felt like for what it was, I spent about 4 hours preparing. That's a long time because I could have done any number of other things with those 4 hours.
for hundreds of people to watch for 2 hours, you're only willing to put 4 hours into it, and that
For a
didn't even
flat Earth debate.
and that
But
didn't
if it
even
was
include
remember the
that didn't
debate
even
about
include
God,
looking
I
at your
put a long
opponent's
time into that
material.
one. I put an
It didn't even
extremely long
include
amount of time. I put at
didn't
least
even include looking at your opponent's material.
I don't want to bias myself unnecessarily.
I mean, it's due diligence. It's preparation. You're talking to a specific person. You research them. I mean, just due diligence. You didn't do your due diligence. I I mean, Daryl Frost didn't say, I'm not being an ass. It's just factual. You didn't do your due diligence. And put a pejorative like you don't care. You wasted hundreds of people's time.
I'd love to hear, any opinions of people in the chat if they saw the debate or what.
I didn't
Like
say
I don't know. I
diligence.
kind
Like
of feel
there's
I feel like a broken record at this
due
point. I'm
diligence.
not trying to convince people who are already convinced. Conclusion, I have to use different arguments that will actually sway people in theory. If I'm using arguments that through experience have never convinced anyone, doesn't that make me kind of look like not that effective of an interlocutor for the purposes of a debate?
And just to clarify here, like I'm saying, due diligence, it's a legal term, reasonable steps taken by a person in order to satisfy a legal requirement, especially in buying or selling something. That usually fiscal, like accounting, that you have a due diligence to do a certain amount of research. Like for a contract, if you're entering a contract, you have a due diligence to look into the credit or of the other person or the other party. So I'm saying Jennifer, for knowing it was a debate, uh, Friday night primetime debate, she had a due diligence to look into the arguments of her opponent, to look into the mainstream arguments of the topic. She failed to do her due diligence.
Well, if it involves, drinking baby blood or something, whatever it was that he said, at some point it's like, well, that's not something I can address as in terms of an actual structured argument. So it's like I would have to look at what is the best structured argument against a globe. That was not, in my opinion, put forward. So it's a
No, you
question
look at
of
the guy has a
it's
YouTube page.
essentially what it turned into with T-Jump and Claire, establishing burden of proof, which practically speaking descends into a definition struggle, which is most of the time fruitless. Obviously, that's why you need that guidance. Like a lot of these exchanges just become complete stalemates after a while, which gets tedious.
No, I mean you're breaking off the your failure to do your due diligence. And so here Witsit gets it. He has a YouTube page with 11,000 subs. He's got, I don't know, I'm looking at his video, 16,000 views, the most popular video. The Earth is still flat. Um, previous performance.
I understand that this is appealing to a level of
Do,
human ignorance on which we want to believe that our perceptual realizations are real in a sense that they aren't.
I'm talking
It's an
about your
extrapolation
failure.
taken from a perception of,
Talking
oh my
about
God,
your
everything around
failure
me is
to do
flat,
your
therefore
due
the total
diligence.
world must be flat. Also, it is essentially an anthropocentric fallacy. It is unclear how to address those, hence, I am taking new paths in the interest of pedagogy.
Talking about your failure to do your due diligence.
Okay, and I'm talking about singing, about not being so caught up in our own expectations of how things ought to go. Do you really want me to put forth an argument? No, every single person listening is going to be like tuned out of. Like, I'm bored at the thought of listening to myself explaining the stereographic trigonometry of a sphere.
Well, I was saying that you're not a professional. You can't be expected to
That's
do.
not it. I'm familiar. I took an entire course, an
You
entire
can't be
course on
you can't be
spherical
expected to
geometry.
do your due diligence. That if someone signs
I
you up for
have
debate,
that is what due diligence looks like. It's a silly argument. There's a saying in French, casse-toi pas la tête là-dessus. It means don't break your head over it. If a position is just silly, it doesn't make sense to accord a huge amount of attention to it. So the question is, what's the best argument against a globe Earth? Is casting doubt on the validity of things like images. So it's all about the interpretation of what does it mean to look at a picture. Yes, a picture has a representation of reality, but it's two-dimensional. No one agrees that picture is it's like essentially how do you interpret the map territory dichotomy? And that's unclear. And you don't want it to be
you
trending
didn't have
towards the
to do
whole
the
vibe of
debate.
like
You could have
random
said
interpreting
I don't
cosmology.
have the time to do the due diligence to give this a proper debate, and said no. You took the debate and you didn't do your due diligence. You could have turned it down and said you said yes, and then you didn't do your due diligence and you lost.
Um, Anybody else in the chat think I lost? Please say yes, you lost. So there you go.
No one else watched it. You know,
Yeah.
the,
Do you? Yeah. So you would have liked a response to the ether argument. I'm pushing back
I'm
on an
saying that
ether
your own
model
audience
isn't
didn't
something
even
that's
think
possible.
your performance was worth watching.
I'm glad my audience has better things to do than watch a flat Earth debate. If they wanted to watch it for whatever reason, I'm glad if they enjoyed it. If they didn't, maybe next time.
Because they know you well enough that you wouldn't do your due diligence. It wasn't worth watching. They say, "Oh, she put a lot of work into it. I watched it." But say, like, "No, I know Jennifer. She probably didn't put that much work into it. It's not worth watching."
If I'd have put more work into addressing those arguments, would it have been better is the question. And I'm saying, if you want to establish that point to someone else who did that, and I'll maybe agree with you, but right now I think this is just malign encouragement.
Well, I mean, maybe it doesn't matter, but I would say either. I mean, if you accepted the debate, you should have done your due diligence and done it well. And then you accept the bait and then not take it seriously. And
I
I
take
mean,
it extremely seriously, and I challenge anyone to find someone who's defended Globe better than me. It's about establishing burden of proof on something that is necessarily requiring a transcendental interpretation, i.e., from our scale to a larger scale.
I never. I mean, honestly,
That's not
the
even a
two
transcendental.
times
That's just purely a logarithmic
the
interpretation. That's
two
not even a
times you
transcendental.
debated, the only time I watched those debates, and I thought you lost both times. But I mean, I still think
Okay.
the Earth is a globe, and like, no, I'm probably not going to watch another like series of flat Earth debates. I just think that you didn't do your due diligence, and it's unfortunate you lost. I mean, you're up against one of the better flat earthers, so I mean, it's not like I mean, you didn't do horrible, but I mean, you're up against one of the top flat earthers, and you didn't do your due diligence, you lost. But like, I don't need to watch like a whole bunch of flat Earth debates. I'm still pretty sure about the globe.
All right, so I guess the burden of proof for establishing that I sucked in that debate is, in a non-relativistic sense, rests on the claimant, and I'll just be waiting for you to find someone who can defend the globe better than me, because I'm super happy to do that, but I'm also super happy to accept that there are serious limitations of interpretation. I'm not intimidated by that. Model generation is my bread and butter. So anyway, there was a question in the chat about ether models. Why didn't I address the ether model? What exactly would you like me to say about an ether model that would require hours upon hours of dissertation?
Before you
To
said,
the point where we could start to say maybe we're talking about the same thing. Sure, go ahead.
I was going to recommend some videos to you and said you didn't do debate prep like that. I mean, I even tried to help you beforehand, and you said no.
Why not come up? If I have the capacity to come up with a new argument, why burden myself with arguments that have already been made? It's an insult to the people. You're basically saying the argument's so bad, you got to prop it up by repeating it. I'm saying the arguments aren't convincing people. Why don't I just throw in with a novel argument? Because science is saying all the hypotheses to convince the flatty people have failed as far. And I'm happy for people to keep making things that have been established not to convince people. But is it all right if I try to mount a defense of a globe that's intuitive, that doesn't rely on algebra and necessarily a super complicated geometry?
I mean, you couldn't even say that without laughing at yourself.
I'm not laughing at myself. I'm laughing at the absurdity of the situation and how consciousness is just, there's a, I suppose, funniness about it.
By saying that you could have, said done your due diligence and given over from the best of the general arguments for a spherical globe. I was.
Someone made the argument.
I was willing
Someone
to
made
help
the argument today. I saw it on Discord.
I haven't watched. I mean, like in Two-Speed, I watched like an hour and 30 minutes worth of videos beforehand that were compilation of the best arguments of why the Earth is spherical. Neil deGrasse
You're
Tyson.
assuming I'm not familiar with those arguments, and I got an A+ in spherical geometry in university. I'm aware of the arguments. Are you aware of how complicated it is to mount a defense of the Earth from that position?
I mean, yeah, honestly, I think I would have done a significantly better job than you. Like, had I debated it, even with minimal prep, I think I would have done a better job than you. But like, I mean, I don't want to step into a bunch of flat Earth debates. Not what I'm here for. But
Sure.
no, I'm pretty sure I would have done a better job than you.
Well, You
I
don't
would have
know
done
that.
my due
You don't know that
diligence.
for sure until you actually step into the ring. It's one thing to have a good argument mounted, but frankly, like a tight presentation, that really only works during the opener. And this one was structured such as to be 6 minutes per side and then an open combo. So right there, if I start to lose bad, see, that's the thing. It's like, at what point does a rhetorical attack come across as an ideological weakness? Is sort of a question of school, isn't it?
Okay, well, I mean, God forbid. So, I mean, you have no contact with James. Like, who knows? Maybe another few months he'll invite you back for another flat Earth debate.
Nathan says, I'm convinced of flat Earth after the debate. There's levels of certainty, I'd say, like the Earth being a sphere. I can establish that with a lot more certainty than stuff that largely people are willing to believe stuff that's a hell of a lot less certain than that. That's basically my reasoning with it. It's like the certainty of that is far greater than the certainty of what we ascribe to like phenomenological, emotional sort of machinations, if you will. And people have no problem believing in the machinations. So that tells me there's already a mismatch. And that's like what the flat earth debates establish, is that there's a mismatch. And you can hone in on the mismatch to whatever extent that you want. And I think it was better than last time in the sense that they weren't attacking as much. They weren't as aggressive, I suppose, because they thought they were winning. And I didn't feel at any point that I was like totally out of control of what was going on, which was nice. Skyler said it sounded wishy-washy. The point is like it's not about actually winning in the sense like, okay, what does it mean to win? It means people will adopt your quote ontology. How does an ontology get adopted? Well, that's a bigger question, right? And then the level on which persuasion comes in, other question, right? So I do appreciate the Doovid, like to me, I just read his intention as he just wants to make me a better debater. Well, the fact is, like, I'm like, what convinces me makes a person good at debate, and Doovid is just different things, and that's really all it comes down to. Nathan says people use trigonometry and Pythagorean to calculate positions that require straight lines, and spherical Earth has curved lines. Yeah, you can't establish parallel lines experimentally, so that's another big weakness. That is much easier
Debates are
for the
one
flat earthers
largely
to establish.
preparation.
It's easier for the flat earthers to cast doubt because we have nothing in the sense of a transcendental. As we approach a transcendental, we deviate from the notion of a straight line.
I mean, debates are one in preparation largely, and you didn't do
Yeah,
it.
and I'm saying that these all
That's
resolve
great.
ultimately in consciousness, and physics is something that is not independent of consciousness.
Yeah, I mean, but you should have done your preparation beforehand. But
I did. What I did was exactly what I thought might convince someone. Maybe I was wrong, but at least my intention was if someone's on the fence about flat Earth, maybe they'll come over to the globe based on that. That was it. It was it. But yeah, like Jeremy Saint-Amand asks if why didn't I talk about ether? You can't disprove ether because not because ether the way that it was understood before it was falsified, quote unquote, by Maxim Wordley is correct. Okay, just a question of what it means to establish something as a fact in science, and science pretty much tells us that matter is mostly empty space by like a large amount.
yeah, I
Okay.
don't think I didn't see that there were science deniers.
So science tells us that empty space is what science can establish. And that's a vacuum. Basically, the fact that light has this top speed is basically another way of saying, well, things are happening in such a way that's conducive to a top speed. And as it turns out, the only thing conducive to that is this dependent arising thing. Anyway,
Well, yeah,
to go into addressing an ether model is a fool's errand. And I would not do that. because I don't deny the notion of ether. I would qualify it and say that it means different things in different schools, and that to just throw ether into the mix is it's not a good starting point. It's unclear what it even means, and there's not a real basis from which to progress the conversation. But I mean, it got mentioned, but to me, a model doesn't rise to the level of needing to be confronted before it's a certain level of sophistication. Like, I don't have time. You know what I mean? But I'm still interested, broad strokes, and what can be established in a certain type of discourse style.
Yes, a logical, probable. Uh, Ralph came on
Uh
the other
huh.
day.
My yeah. Well, I just wanted to say that my point of all that was you cannot disprove ether from the sense if you define ether as emptiness, you can't disprove that. And a bunch of Eastern schools have this as like their quote spiritual epistemology. So you're like, I'm not going to go to war against Buddhism. Okay. Essentially, taking a position against ether as a concept is essentially going to war with Buddhism and Ayurvedic medicine in principle. So I don't disagree with an elemental model in principle, but I'm going to go ahead and disagree that I need to address every fallacious model that anyone wants to present, and that there's an established, meaning for this other than the established meaning for the last 100 years is that it's not a thing. I am not necessarily eager to go into discussing why it could theoretically be a thing when there's such a high amount of resistance to the notion. But that doesn't mean that even physical science doesn't validate that majority of matter is empty space, which is what ether is essentially.
Yeah, so
Sorry
some
about the
random.
rant there, Doovid. Hope that was in some way helpful.
I
I
saw
just
some
I just
random.
think like you're not like you it seems, I'm sure it seemed like it could have gone a lot better than it did, but like those guys could have gotten, riled up, so to speak, and that would have been potentially just not in direction of good pedagogy,
I
just
don't buy it.
disruptive.
I mean, you didn't do your homework, and you only harmed yourself by not doing proper preparation. I mean, you could put it off any other way, but that's how I see it. But you could interpret it the way you want. Um, I saw on Ralph that the logical probable Ralph popped on the other day, not the one I was on, and they had some atheist. I just watched a few minutes, but I pulled out, and he said they were going to go on modern day debate, and his debate partner backed out because they had Richard Spencer on. That they didn't want to appear on the same channel that platformed Richard Spencer. But if I was going to debate, yeah, it'd probably be something like my topic of expertise, which would probably be Judaism. And I'm not sure, Richard Spencer at this point, it probably wouldn't happen but that if I did, if I was in talks to do something with Andrew and Adam Green and No More News, and it would be uh, your Judaism, and I would be debating against Christianity, would be my topic of expertise. But that's unlikely to happen. Um, but yeah, I just thought it was random that because that Sully mentioned I should debate Richard Spencer, and I heard this other person on Logical Probable saying that their partner didn't want to debate on modern day debates because they had platformed Richard Spencer. But yeah, it's tough to know, and so I
Uh
mean,
huh.
I guess.
Well, hopefully people will just move past all that stuff and really just focus on ideas because a lot of this stuff is unnecessary emotionalism and
Well, it could be the
transcendentals are a way out. But
it could be the platform for
transcendentals, if you're stuck in a
concept.
modality of consciousness that is materialistic, transcendentals aren't self-evident. And so I'm basically making an argument for an an anti-materialist argument fundamentally.
Okay, anything else you want to talk about and wrap up
Well, I mean that was the end of that particular conversation. It seems like you don't understand what I'm saying though.
about what
That I'm making an anti-materialist argument and that it's a very difficult position to establish.
in relates to the flat Earth debate?
Well, yeah. I mean, if I'm going to actually acknowledge the opponent's position, like I feel like I have to sort of acknowledge the opposite side of whatever it is that it is.
Yeah, but the same thing I'm always critiquing you on, that you can't get past yourself and like your own theories to general information. So, really you accomplished nothing. That you could have just gave general arguments that didn't have to do with your own theories, and then you couldn't frame uh, what you're talking about, so you just sounded nonsensical, and say like you lost to the flat earthers again. And so whatever you were attempting to do, you failed, and then you didn't even give general sensical arguments. It's okay, like you have your own theories, great, but just put forward general information that's understandable to people, or even if it's not understandable, like it's complicated, but that would be acceptable in the academy. The people that had uh,
Well, the
you know
academy hasn't convinced people to that extent that the debates are still happening.
well, I mean in terms like math and science, if you give the general uh, and so you lost on both ends because you didn't successfully advance your own ideas, and you didn't successfully give over generic ideas. So you failed as a teacher in all respects. That if you're trying to advance your own teachings, I don't think anyone got it. And if you're just trying to teach general useful teachings, you failed in that respect too.
And you're saying that
So I mean,
trigonometry of a
it's
sphere is a general useful teaching. And I'm saying there
yeah,
might be a value to
yeah, like
novelty.
just spherical trigonometry. So I mean, I don't think you were successful. If you had your own ideas or novelty, I think you weren't successful at all in that manner. So something like spherical trigonometry is a general uh, accepted ancient field that you could have given over
It's
general
neither
use.
accepted nor ancient.
Spherical trigonometry goes back to
Trigonometry per se is based on Shulba Sutra, aka Pythagorean theorem, aka parallel lines theorem, aka only a Western paradigm.
well, I think it's ancient. Goes back to the Greeks.
Arguably, that's not ancient.
I mean, usually, I mean, classically, that's understood as ancient,
So
ancient
what's
Greek.
ancient then? When does it start being ancient?
I mean, if it's pre-Christ, I mean, certainly like BC, but sometimes even Rome, if Rome's considered ancient, but the Greeks are usually considered ancient, pre-Christian.
Okay.
But so, I mean, spherical trigonometry is not it's not part of the Enlightenment. It existed. Uh, that's even why I think I disagreed with your algebra assertion. I think trigonometry predates algebra.
I would say that geometry predates everything as it relates to forms
I
by a
say
lot.
trigonometry predates algebra, and say geometry predates algebra.
Trigonometry is a particular application of
I'm
geometry.
not sure
So
you're
no.
correct. I mean, you claim to same claim to be saying that trigonometry is a subfield of geometry, and I'm not sure you're correct about that. But
Trigonometry, in theory, like, okay, to question again, I don't want to be like this level of pedantry here, but if we're talking about what most people are referring to when they say trigonometry, that is dependent on parallel lines. That's a Western paradigm, uniquely.
well,
So it's
possibly,
not universal in any sense.
even Euclid. I mean, the Pythagoreans predate Euclid. I mean,
Euclid
trigonometry
being
is angles. I mean, geometry includes angles, but I mean, Pythagoras predates Euclid.
so.
Euclid is the father of geometry.
Uh,
So even say
wouldn't
that
that make
trigonometry,
Pythagoras the father of
trigon,
geometry?
no, the father. I mean, trigonometry. Trigonometry is the study of angles. Geometry is the study of shapes.
So who's the father of geometry?
Euclid.
Not Pythagoras, even though he dealt with the geometry of a triangle.
And I think he dealt with the trigonometry of the angles.
That's not geometry.
I mean, you could look into it
It's
and you could,
relational geometry based on the presuppositionalism of parallel lines.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're defining these words rightly, but I mean, you're not an authority in the history, but if you want to look it up or compare it, but trigonometry is an ancient field, and yeah, I'm getting ready to wrap up, so I'm not sure I want to to like look up. I mean, it probably just like Wikipedia or something. You get a quick answer, but of what's older, geometry or trigonometry, or even the overlap or the subfields or the differential for whatever reason you want to uh, put geometry as older or the father, the head category, and trigonometry as a subcategory. I'm not sure you're correct about that. In fact, I think you're incorrect.
It's down to definitions. But if you don't want to get into a convo about definitions, I totally understand that.
Well, I'm saying because you just don't know what you're talking about, so you're just saying you want to define things how on just your own whim, as opposed to
My own whim equals years and years and years and years of meta analysis.
no, I'm not sure. So you're just saying like if Pythagoras the father of trigonometry and Euclid's the father of geometry,
Mm,
trigonometry predates geometry.
and I'm going to say that's wrong because the Pythagorean theorem is based on geometry.
Yeah, I don't think so, but I mean, you have your own interpretation.
So you don't think the Pythagorean theorem is based on geometry?
Um, I think the Pythagorean theorem predates geometry,
Well, what is geometry?
the
Like,
study of shapes.
how is a triangle not a shape?
It is a shape.
So you're saying that the Pythagorean theorem, which is entirely to do with a flat triangle, isn't geometry, even though a triangle is a shape. I'm
There's an
lost.
overlap. I'm saying trigonometry is the study of angles.
Okay.
So there's an overlap between the two, but they're uh, and I mean also has like lengths but saying that Euclid comes after Pythagorean, and there's more history of angles. I mean, but obviously people thought about these things in the exact thing, but I mean, certainly trigonometry predates algebra.
We're talking about geometry versus trigonometry, not algebra. Algebra is a quite a late development, isn't it? I
Yeah, I
mean,
mean,
isn't that
algebra,
the constant complaint I keep hearing about the sutras is that they're not equational? The constant, like, that's the gripe here that I keep hearing.
yeah, I mean, algebra is from the Arabs like 1,000 years ago, 1,200 years ago. The latest trigonometry, even the sine, cosine, goes into the ancient world, and it certainly predates algebra. Like, how much was known in ancient Greece versus later Roman times, but the cosine and sine functions were fully developed before even the tables were fully developed before the onset of algebra.
Yep. So it's a bit of a
And,
chicken and
and
egg
saying
between
even
algebra and
and
geometry,
I
but
was saying even
clearly algebra, I mean, no, sorry, it's a chicken and egg between geometry and trigonometry, but clearly trigonometry is a subset of geometry.
yeah, I don't see why you're saying that clearly, but because
Because a triangle is an instance of a geometry. Who's going to disagree that a triangle is geometric? It fundamentally is a geometric notion. It sets up all these other relations.
yeah, I
I'm
mean
not
if
surprised that there's a misunderstanding on this level. I don't think Doob is misunderstanding anything, by the way. I'm not surprised this exists. Like, I've seen a lot of these
if
types of
you're saying
arguments.
that it takes a shape to have an angle, but I mean because
It
you're
does.
you're but you're talking in historical concept
An
that
angle is a shorthand of a relation between two amplitudes.
that if you're talking the study of shapes versus the study of angles,
We're talking
and,
about fundamentally what is a distance metric.
and geometry is the generalized subject study of. So if you had historically a study of triangles, and then later you have the advent of the study of shapes in general, that the historical development is trigonometry predates the study of triangles and angles predates the general study of shapes. So even though the general study of shapes includes triangles and angles, but historically the study of angles and triangles predates the general study of shapes.
Angles predates shapes? No. Angles are derivative of shapes.
You're saying the study of, and saying that you don't have any historical context. So you're just
It's
talking.
definitional. Otherwise, you're basically saying a triangle is not geometric. I don't want to take that position. Maybe you want to take that position. I feel that position is a hard one to hold.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking historical analysis that you're just
You're sort of saying
you're
historically
doing the
it's
same thing.
possible.
You're trying to like whatever explain your own stuff,
No,
and
I'm trying to
and
put
and, and
together a
and
composite
you
understanding
just
of
don't know anything about
history.
history.
We
So I
are
mean,
the
it's like,
sum total result of all of the history that's ever happened, and we have the levels of understanding in the words that we use. And you're saying we have an understanding of the meaning of words. I'm saying we don't have that. So I think that's the level on which it's not meeting up. Is that I don't assume that there's any level of actual understanding.
I'm saying just I mean, I look it up because I mean Jennifer's so adamant about being wrong, like she usually is, because like she doesn't know how to do due diligence, and she
You're
just
saying I ought to do things the way you do them. I'm saying I have my own reasons for doing things the way I like it.
yeah, that's
Why
because you don't know
can't
how to do due diligence. So you're just asserting like this is right because I say so, even though I don't know how to study or do any research. So I just say um, early studies of triangles could be traced to the second millennium BC, Egyptian mathematics, Babylonian mathematics, Kushite mathematics, Indian astronomy. The term trigonometry comes from triangle, the measure of the triangle.
right to measure the triangle? So the question is, did geometry pre-exist measuring triangles? And I'm going to go ahead and say yes, because geometry is just the size of stuff, which can exist without angles. Angles can't exist without stuff. It's not really defined. And if you are, you're sort of reverse engineering it the way stuff like, flavor and top and bottom quarks are in physics type thing.
Saying historically, the first geometry was trigonometry.
And the Western paradigm, sure.
So I mean, Wikipedia mentions that their um, earliest recorded beginnings of geometry could be traced to triangles. So even the Wikipedia is saying the earliest geometry is traced to trigonometry. The first geometry was trigonometry. The first study of geometry was the study of the triangle. It was the first shape that was studied. Trigonometry is the first form of geometry, and then the the second shape is the circle.
So first it's a triangle, then it's a circle.
Trigonometry. So if you're looking, geometry is the generalized study of shapes. Comes after the study of triangles. So the first thing that was studied was the triangle, hence the field of trigonometry. And then later, the next in the historical record, the next shape that's studied is the circle, and you have the development of the generalized field of geometry.
Thanks for explaining. Jeremy says trigonometry needs Euclidean geometry as a base. Discussing historical mentions of triangle or angle is completely irrelevant. Okay.
Trigonometry is the property of triangles, especially right triangles. Geometry is the study of properties of all geometric figures.
Whatever the joke is about dots in the chat, I'm going to need it explained to me because I don't get it. If there is a joke about dots. Just saying.
No, that's what this guy's saying incorrectly. Saying trigonometry needs Euclidean geometry as a base. And saying no, that the trigonometry predates geometry. And I mean, it's certainly historical anachronism that Euclid is only like 400 BC. Trigonometry goes back 2000 BC, and saying that the first generalized study of any shape is the triangle, and then the sphere. And so geometry as a generalized study of shapes in general comes after the generalized study of triangles. So if you want to say that even though trigonometry predates geometry, that geometry includes trigonometry, you could argue that. But that's just the historical analysis is that trigonometry arises as the first discipline, and then geometry, even though it's more generalized, and they're somewhat overlapping. But no, trigonometry deals with angles and triangles, and geometry deals with shapes. And so shapes have angles within them, but geometry takes that from trigonometry. So if you're saying the use of the angle doesn't come from trigonometry, it doesn't come from geometry, it comes from trigonometry. So geometry uses the concept of an angle that's being derived from trigonometry.
Angles derived from trigonometry. Is that what you're saying? So
That's the historical analysis. So I mean, if
okay.
you want to if you want to say that ideas exist independent of history, and that the concept of angle is as an abstract concept, and that abstractly that trigonometry is a subfield of geometry, because abstractly the concept of shapes in general includes the shape of a triangle, as opposed to the
Yes,
historical.
and I am saying that, and I want to and clarify and say that my intention is not to attack by saying that. My point is to frame it so that we can actually get
You're like
a
your
good
partner. You
theory of
lie.
language.
You lie. You lie. Why are you lying? Why are you lying? Why are you lying?
The nature of language is
Why are you lying?
deception, sadly.
Why are you lying? Why are you lying? Why are you lying?
Well, perhaps the truth would be inconceivable to Maya-based beings.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at a paradigm, so you're just saying the historical context, and then you have to have some sort of paradigm of what do you mean that one thing's included in the other, and then
Yeah, it's to make it atemporal is to make it to I'm not saying your description of historically like isn't accurate at all. What I'm saying is like practically speaking,
trigonometry is the original science, not geometry.
from that paradigm, sure. Practically speaking, though, it's hard to make the case if you don't include the historical context.
Okay, so I guess I'll wrap up. You want to keep on rambling? Unless you want to say anything else?
Yeah, I haven't even done my weekend review, but that's fine. We've been going for like 4 hours and 20 minutes, so.
Okay, so have a great week, everybody.
Yeah, thanks for joining, and I'll talk to you next weekend, if not sooner. Hey, everyone. I actually made a movie and didn't even upload it. I've been pretty busy. So yeah, my flat Earth debate, I don't know, I just didn't want to really, honestly. I had an extremely draining conversation this week, which required all my focus, which was extremely, like, not, like we're talking unfathomable levels of narcissism, no offense. Obviously, not going to there is not much chance that I would change my mind about a flat Earth, but I would not necessarily be opposed to a model that had a step where something got flattened, as long as it's explained and it's properly justified and there's some way to deflatten it. So flattening stuff, again, what that means, that's presuming your own conclusion. So what words do we have to choose so that we're minimally presuming the conclusion we're seeking to test the validity of, and so on and so forth. It's funny that was a really long combo, and I thought it was pretty good. And like, I don't want to say I like the flat Earth debates. I don't know if I like them, but it was less stressful than it was definitely less stressful than some of the debates that I've done. So, are we advancing thoughts and ideas? Well, I'm just reading the chat here a little bit. Um, are we advancing thoughts and ideas? Um, I don't know. It's a question you got to ask yourself. I am appealing to a process which I enjoy quite a bit, and also showing different stuff. I've come to really enjoy this science alert one. Yeah, Dawn, don't get drawn in. Yeah, but you know what I read, and I don't want to chuckle at this, but like apparently a lot of therapists won't even treat cluster B people. And it's like, you're a therapist, shouldn't you be ultra like compassionate? And then I watched this one YouTuber talking about it, and they're like, well, that's because the psychologists or whatever they are themselves narcissists, and I suppose there's some sort of like, I don't know. He didn't put it in so many words, but it was like, maybe the fact of you know, familiarity breeds contempt on the level of intersubjectivity. So it's like, I get it. There's pathways that are incentivized, and the failure to explicitly incentivize won't actually stop incentivized like behavior from happening. So I'm shocked that I just looked at the votes for. Okay, I feel slightly better. Okay, so Don's complaining about guilt. Let's maybe think about why guilt happens and try to see it as a blessing. 'Cause I think a lot of people would love to have more in the way of moral guidance and certainty, and what you might call moral license. So I guess guilt versus shame is a good one. That they're really not at all the same concept. And yeah, it's just doing versus identifying is sort of a big, important aspect of what I'm trying to eventually get at here. Okay, so I'm just displaying the results of the poll. So far, 50% think that globe won, and 33 think other, and flats at 17. So that doesn't sound statistically like significant, but It remains to be seen. All right. I'm going to, whoopsie. I just need to take a little break here. Hopefully, be able to do this and get. Here we go. And hopefully everyone enjoys this. Whoopsie. There we go. Ta-da. Yeah, we can't possibly be at that many votes. So, to come back to this ether model thing, obviously I don't want to use the terms if it's going to be not helping further understanding and such. I don't really think about ether in a concept, as a concept in and of itself, or whatever you want to say. Whether that's possible, I don't want to say it remains to be seen. Like I'm almost ready to say that, like the evidence supports that it's not a thing, or not statistically significant. But essentially, it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter that only a few people can. Let's say hypothetically, 0.1% of people can use the base model. Well, if one person using the base model can come up with like 30 derivative models, well, that's fine. And even if it's just one person, who can come up with 30,000 models, that's fine. But again, it's like there's just not all that much difference on a certain level. And then it's a question of, well, how abstract can you push your understanding? And that'll come partly from believing that there's value in pushing yourself to a higher level of abstraction, whether it's like this person I was talking to this week who's just like blabbed for a super long time and couldn't get to the fucking point for fucking hours and is extremely exhausting. It's like you repeating shit doesn't make me think we're actually sharing meaning. Us referencing the same process relation, maybe. Maybe it establishes something along the line, starting to come towards that eventual conclusion. But, humility is something that you can't fake. And if you want to invoke certain classes of arguments that hinge on other things being a fact, well, at every possible level of the reasoning, there's a possible opening for like someone to say why. But then you can just argue like, I don't know, like look at the other arguments for people have taken against flat earth. I just kind of think I don't want to say it's boring. Like I think it's good if it's actually teaching people stuff. But like, is it? I don't know. And I don't want to put forward the same argument that's been made so many times. I've noticed that this keeps getting repeated in the chat. Ideas have no mind of their own, but are developed and passed on interspecially. Well, we have to make a distinction between mind as an ordering principle and mind as an actual phenomenological thing. Are you equal to your thoughts, or are you the ordering principle beyond your thoughts? Is there such a thing as an ordering principle of ordering principles of thoughts? And how many recursions into that framework does it make sense to go? Sort of the whole who created God thing. There are answers, I would say, to questions like that, but they become a different class of answers. So it's like, who created God? Well, you're necessarily going to need to like specify the frame to which you're asking that question, and then it's only relatively true to the extent that that model actually extends to reality. So I do appreciate all the people still watching. Excuse me. I will just play my little practicing, which I've attempted because, like, I don't even like listening to my own voice. Sorry. Like, I try to text to speech. So see if we enjoy that.
generating emergent texture with hyperbolic tilings of symmetric and self-referential forms. We begin by aligning the QMPT along the central diagonal axis. This axis is comprised of s orbitals, so it is called dividing out the s orbitals, or dividing by a line. The resulting form is the hexagonal torsion field. This video will use recursive hyperbolic tilings to demonstrate some examples of emergence. We begin by loading an image to the hyperbolic tiling page, either by selecting a pre-existing image on the computer, or a picture from the phone. The first iteration of the tiling reveals the importance of calibration. Example 1. The black and white QMPT is tiled once, and 3 colored resonance rings are added. Tiling is iterated 3 times without any edge correction before an approximately stable form is achieved. Note that convergence to a state of multiple holes will occur when inscribing a circularly formatted image without resizing. The initial image had 3 local and 0 absolute symmetry, and the final image had 2 perpendicular axes of symmetry and had several holes converging in size. Example 2. The next example uses the same tiled black and white hexagonal torsion field, but adjusts the image between iterations to fill the space. As such, there are no artifacting holes here. Space filling excludes sections of the tile but reduces artifacting symmetries generated by counterspace. The general shape of a starfish emerges from the having selected a p-value of 5 in the tiling options. Example 3. In this example, a blue rendering of the Doooovid set is used to make a tiling. A cluster of shapes reminiscent of snowflakes is generated. Example 4. In this example, a colored rendering of the Doooovid set is used to make a tiling. A shape reminiscent of nerve cells is generated. Abstract phase-like shapes are also generated. Since the tiling is hyperbolic, it maps over multiple orders of magnitude. It is worth mentioning that applying the same color pattern over multiple...
Okay, so it sounds like this is not working. It says the frame rate is very low. So there you go. I'll just stop it for now, and I wonder if there's some way to just like disable the volume. There we go. Just keep playing it without volume. I was having a lot of fun with this. And I would think of this as, if we're going to model stuff as, we're starting with a bubble, and then we're going to get more complicated than a bubble, but minimally more complicated than a bubble. And I was just playing around with different shapes and stuff. It was great. I just love to watch the convergence, especially on something like this. Please tell me if my audio is okay. I love this, watching the whole thing just render. So I was totally into that for a little while. And one of the things I've been, sort of thinking about is like, well, not me, but others, about music versus geometry. And I guess what the connection is between music and geometry, because there's sort of implicit, I don't want to say mysticism, but perhaps it's an implicit awe of the practitioners of both music and math. So yeah, Jeremy, welcome to the channel, and thanks for tuning in. It's really hard to give like a bird's eye view of everything that I'm saying. Like the very fundamental basis of my teachings, where I started from, was a three-dimensional rendition of the periodic table. Excuse me. I feel bad because there's like a new person here, so I should be explaining or something. I can go to that in just a minute. I'll finish this super cool renditions video first. Ooh, yes, apparently I'm easily amused. Haha. All right, so there we go. Whoops, wrong one. So yeah, I've got a three-dimensional rendition of the periodic table, which is the basis for a reasoning system that is based on several pre-existing systems, but also sort of it's fundamentally a materialistic outlook. It's the most materialistic version of um, a mind first tradition. So there's not an actual like explicit denial of materiality. It's acknowledged as a modality of mentality. It's like the antipode or antipode. I always forget how to say that. So just bear with me. I'll pull up a rendering of it. I've been making so many different renderings lately that I like can't even find a good one to put in. I've been enjoying my bouts of creativity. They sort of comes in cycles. Ooh. Yeah, I guess if anyone was actually tuning in for my own week in review, so here I'll just throw that in the chat. And I was realizing like how to explain the entanglement randomness thing. And I realized the problem is that entanglement and order and entropy are kind of bound up in a language death match in a sense. So it's really hard to set up a priority of interpretation that actually um, they're not mutually necessarily compatible concepts. So language isn't made to conform with the limits of physics. It's, language is in some sense physically dependent, but it's really unclear what that means. And if we look at something like the periodic table and saying, okay, well, if that's all that physics has to tell us, then language appears to have far more things than just that. There's redundancy in language. If there's a conservation of energy across orders, or sorry, information across orders, then we're perceiving a greater plurality of information than can be accounted for in a strictly materialistic sense. Do I code simulations for my renderings? Well, a simulation, that's like an incredibly vague sort of thing. So I do videos, and sometimes I like to do my thing this year that I'm really big on is movies made into like memes made into GIFs or movies made into GIFs, and memes that are actually just unaltered screenshots. Basically things that are like hilarious due to the level of non self-awareness that was required to precipitate them, if that makes sense. I'm trying to. I've got an issue. Maybe I can make this a bit easier if I just switch out of this for a second, because my problem is that I'm having a much harder time than normal to navigate my files, of which I generated, I don't even want to say how many files it generated when I made that movie. There we go. And For whatever reason, whenever I'm streaming, it's always such a hard time to search my files. I guess that's just pushing the limits set forth by my computer, which has been nicknamed a potato, which is fairly accurate. All right, so I should really just have one of these kind of ready. But what can you do? I suppose I could go over to the flat Earth debate. Let's see here. I found one. All right, I've got a reasonably good one here. I'll bring that up. Yeah, okay, so this thing here, if anyone's interested. Obviously, I'm happy to go into these results and help interpret them if anyone thinks that I'm capable of doing so. Here we go. Other stuff nice to watch for is like, whoopsie. We're back to internet share. Yeah, there we go. Just sort of general trends we want to look at. Not just any type of quantum error correction, but specifically coherent photonics. And this whole thing about precipitating entanglement, well, it's good to sort of circle around stuff like entanglement and randomness and stuff like that. But ultimately, if entanglement and randomness are pointing to the same thing, and entanglement is actually not random because it's like 3 dimensions or 3 plus 1 dimensions. So there's like a certain level of indeterminacy between or within 3 plus 1. But if 3 plus 1 is conserved, then it's not really random in any sense, in any physical sense. So there's a level of indeterminacy, which is easy to identify as random. But really what's going on is entanglement, which is varying degrees of non-symmetry. So yeah, adiabatic passage. Basically, this model is having success because it's not assuming the symmetry of the operators on the quantum level. That's one of the current problems with the interpretation of quantum theory is possibly this time reversal symmetry or some aspect of it where we don't really have any evidence for that. So why don't we assume that's not possible and actually implement time entropically, thermodynamically on the actual basic level of the quantum theory, which is what I would argue that the older theories that are already all developed and existing to varying degrees in different languages, but that they've already done this, and that the term quantum is a very vague and there are mathematical analogies to what quantization is, but fundamentally, if things are defined relative to boundary conditions, what's the boundary condition of a quantum system? There may not be such a thing. It may just be, well, there's regions that are the things that happen in those particular bands make sense to describe as quantum. And then it's like, well, what is quantum? And unfortunately, there's more than one thing that we could point to and say that's actually what quantum is. And it's like maybe Legos are a good example. Like they're subject to different types of quantization. There's a color quantization, and then there's a shape quantization. That doesn't mean that every type of Lego is the same or anything like that, but it does mean that they're all the same fundamental substance. And yeah, there's an intercompatibility, I suppose, if that helps. Sort of going in circles, but like it's circling back to, I don't really think I fully acknowledged about what it would have entailed to push back on an ether model. it's a question of like what models are actually worthy of a pushback for whatever reason, and a flat earther asserting an ether model. There's a historical understanding, like cosmologically, there's been several flat earth type models, which you could argue is a flat earth model used. Obviously the people using it didn't think the earth was flat, but you could point to a diagram and say, hey, that's flat earth. But that's sort of not understanding the point of a diagram and an approximation. And there you go. It's a lack of a dialectic. Just random dialectics isn't sort of like you can instantiate arbitrary dialectics, but there's something to be said for certain types of dialectics, aka the ones that can hone in on metaphysical primitive. And so there's a question of, what does that mean? So I don't know if I really got a chance to go into this before, but there was substantial revision to panpsychism on plato.stanford.edu, which is like, I'm loving this website because it put up Shankaracharya, and now it's going way further into panpsychism. So I was thinking of doing a diagram with that, with all the different levels of emergence in panpsychism and how it makes sense to build a model that like there's not going to be an actual 3+1, 3+1, 3+1 type model. Like it's basically, would it make sense to try to divide up the periodic table enough times as to get to the scale of regular, you know, this is the QMPT iterated a bunch of times. Like, I don't see a face in there. I don't see how you can go from one to the other. And the answer, according to my own model, is that, well, consciousness is rendered on the basis of lenses, and lenses are collimators, and collimators change. It's not even the path of light, because you can infer a path of light, but it's not actually the light traveling in that path. There's an origin and an end point for the transmission of energy, which you can infer a distance was traveled in the meantime, but you can't establish, the actual path taken by the light. And that's sort of down to like emergence, and we have a impression of time being something that we're in, like a substance that we're bathed in, but really it's something that is arising as a result of experience. And then that sounds like solipsism. It's like brain Navat. No, it's just that the level or the mechanism of our own process of experience versus the universal process of experience on the actual fundamental level is indistinguishable. And that is actually something you wouldn't expect anything other than that. It's just a question of, well, what does that mean? And how do we interpret things of metaphysical absolutes? And the way to save yourself from this, always just any type of bad conclusion or unwanted result, is simply intention. And I guess this is where, like, Doovid and I disagree. Installment, number a million. Where it landed on this week is like, to what extent should the philosophy, aka the love of knowledge, inform the practice? So always good to have a conversation that leads to more insight as to just the nature of the questions themselves. Are all questions self-answering? Well, there may be a something that allows us to set things up in such a way that all questions become self-answering, because there's like a method of it calibrating and understanding that a question has a dependent arising with an answer, and that there's some type of reasonable metric sandwiched in to a question itself, which obviously is not going to be the case. And then we're going to have to rely on models, and then you're going to have to argue for the strength of a model. And it's a question of what is the domain of the scope, et cetera, of what a model ought to predict. So back to like this idea about ether in flat earth being a bit of a waste of time, that who am I really trying to convince, and what is really the argument? Because it's almost like what I ought to say at that point would be ether versus um Einstein paradigm that he had argued or appealed to both, and that they're, allegedly incompatible notions, whereas I'd argue perhaps that one is a limit point of the other. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So that's the shift from rise to the standard of my interpretation of general relativity to, yeah, but what about this ether model? If I'm going to follow that around, that's basically like being a dog that chases a pitched ball of straw mans. And there is some degree of performance in these debates. And as I said earlier, like if one person learns something about intuitive reasoning and no one's convinced, that's fine. And I understand this stuff's really hard to understand because it's consciousness, but it's way worse to have no understanding of consciousness than even just a crack of it. Because even just a crack of consciousness understanding is just an acknowledgement of the difficulty of the framing of the question. And when I got to that point of being like, these boundary conditions, the cosmological boundary conditions are inconceivable in a sense because we have almost complete. On the one hand, there's a perception of stability to subjectivity, but also at any given moment, it does appear stable, not just locally, but even a little more than locally. Clearly, the moon moves, but that motion isn't perceived by the subject. You basically need an interpretation on top of it. So your background is in applied physics targeted at engineering. Well, you're on the right track if you're I mean, you're in the right place, I suppose, cuz I'm really into physics. I mean, I wasn't frankly trying to appeal to physicists in my flat earth thing because physicists would largely not agree with flat earth cuz like to do physics, I don't think you can. I mean, maybe I'm overstepping here, but it would seem very hard to believe in something like flat earth and also work in physics. So there's a limit to what physics can say because it doesn't incorporate consciousness. Okay, so then once you acknowledge the problem, quote unquote, of consciousness, which is not really a problem, it's like it's just something that's there that just has to be sort of whatever, a thing that could be whatevered in a manner of whatevers, and making oneself acquainted with the schools of whatevering allows us to whatever towards whatever, But ultimately, the people I would estimate in my own estimations have tended to not be super on track with a lot of this stuff. But I would say anybody who is like, who likes to think about thinking and consciousness slash, but also from a very, very hyper rational type of vantage, a minimalism of reasoning without going sort of off the edge of reason with regards to that, taking into account physicalism. So it's a locally resonant unified field model, but with the sort of sidebar that, in my own understanding, um, like an absolute, like a unified field model would be something that you could generate classes of. And then to go on and say that there's a way to that's better than others to generate classes of models. That's an absolutism I don't want to get on board with because I do think there's more than one way to do something. And what I'm essentially doing is like a proof of concept. So this unified field model is relative to the quantum periodic table. See if I can pull up another diagram that's better. I've made hundreds of these. All right. Ooh, I think I might have found it. Just check it. Nope, not even close. Not even close. Ooh, got it. Second time's a charm, as they say. Pan protopsychism. Imagine having to get that out at a dinner party. Like, how many people do you have to spit a cracker on their chest before you just say, I'm not identifying as a pan protopsychist ever again? Yeah, there you go, Jamie. That's what I thought. I mean, they're not like secret flat earthers that are like, you know, when you approach these problems, there's a way of thinking. It's just inconsistent with anything other than a ball earth, at least in a very broad strokes sense. So you're basically looking at this picture is 59 balls, and it's a representation of the quantum periodic table, aka the periodic table, as a single shape, and also linking it to a counting principle that has 4 by 4, 3 by 3, 2 by 2, and then one in the center and an axis of symmetry to say, like, this is an ordering principle of 3 plus 1 that goes beyond just this mere shape, that it is something contained within, you know, you can look at it as an emergent property of the vacuum. This is not difficult to establish, even it's just not, I wouldn't say it's inconsistent. Obviously, would disagree probably on this. I don't think it's inconsistent with a lot of understanding of science, but at the same time, you know, my theory of mind doesn't understand people's understanding of concepts as like substantial concrete things. They're absolutely like out of the classes of certainty, very low certainty, aside from a very restrictive domain, irrelevant to philosophy, which in a lot of ways is harder than science, because if science can come out of philosophy, but we can't be sure that we can have any coherence in going the other direction, that may be sort of a category error to even think that that's a thing. So basically, this shape here is a metaphor for anything that's atemporal. And it's a way to say that there's information intrinsic to space temporality itself, and that information that is abstracted from this fundamental form is degrees of self-referential to that form based on the superpositions of the form. So the idea is that when you're generating matter, you're taking this thing moving really fast in every possible array that it could possibly have, and an average of all those arrays, and what do you get? Well, what is the basic question, what's the preferred superposition? So what we want is, how do the aspects of the macro state dictate the micro state? What's the connection there? Well, fundamentally on the path of what Boltzmann was saying, but just with more structure. So what this image here is meant to show is that the cardinality of the greater shape, which includes the green, yellow, blue, and purple 59 hollow spheres, can also precipitate a set of 10 dots. So if we just look at one half, we get a triangle, 10 dots. You can argue like a very basic, maximally symmetric 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 fold whatever geometry. So I am talking about the area there, not the points. The points, I understand there's obviously 10. So the idea is that if you want to be able to make assertions that have a conservation of information, then you have to adopt a particular view about how information is, quote, stored, and understanding that, well, yes, there's a limit to information, but there are definitely ways to simulate that it's unlimited, which is why we get this conflation between entanglement and randomness. Because when I think about those two terms together, I'm like, I don't want to say they're opposite ends of the spectrum. They're like flat out incompatible. And if that's the case, then one's going to have to supersede the other if they're through experiment by sheer force of the number of experiments being carried out, established to be pointing at the same thing, which is what this article was sort of saying about a model that, let me see if I can find it again here. I think this was actually last week. I'm sort of all over the place, but yeah, it's really hard, I guess, to give an overview of the teachings. But basically, consciousness is fundamental. Consciousness is extremely counterintuitive. You need a model for consciousness to start to probe the domain of consciousness. Any model you use is necessarily wrong due to the mechanics of consciousness, which can't be directly proven, only alluded to through, various, uh, I don't want to say copes, but like persuasive, whatever. But yeah, eventually it's going to come down to some type of shared, not just definitions, but what the process of instantiating the definition entails. Because really, like, if we're not really sure what we're pointing to, and some people think that consciousness comes out of the brain, which comes out of evolution, and certain other people think that's totally incoherent, then it's probably going to be hard to actually get any meaningful conversation happening. So I guess my thing in all this is I'm an educator. I like to uh, solve unusual problems, and fundamentally, consciousness, how much you want to understand the phenomenon of consciousness is going to determine the level on which you're able to realize how the answer to a question is built into the question itself. And so hopefully that's a good introduction for anyone who may be interested in going into, deeper stuff. I do have a blog. And yeah, hopefully that's a good intro. I've applied this stuff to so many things that I've honestly like, I'm trying to think like even just a broad overview. I have 5 articles on the mechanism of consciousness. That's not directly coming out of the periodic table, because the periodic table is really like for more about mechanical modeling. It's anything that would relate to like a chemistry type approach. Subjectivity facing models are, in my opinion, just as rigorous, if not more. But they're based on non-dualism. And this is also based on non-dualism, but there being 118 elements. Like if I was going to be like, oh, there's only one element, well, people might be like, that's weird. And then, that's like the first quote unquote approximation of non-dualism. Obviously wrong, but there you have it. So on the level of subjectivity, it's always about, well, how many distinctions have to be made on a necessitarian basis. And then transcending the instrument of consciousness through hierarchical multi-processing, or at least techniques that are sympathetic to greater cognitive awareness of an accurate metaphor for multi-layer processing in consciousness. And yeah, so meditation-friendly physics, I guess. Sorry for the hopefully somewhat not totally unclear definition and explanation. I guess it shows that the show's been going on for 5 hours, and I probably have a couple more articles, but I didn't really I'll just maybe wrap it up for now and pick it back up. But yeah, thanks for all the participation. And like, if you want to, me to start at a particular place, if you could tell me where you're coming from, I can present it. And if you want me to set up an argument in advance to convince you that this stuff's worth learning, and I say that's pretty hard to do because, like, there's like a doctrinal forbiddance of promotion on that level that it's just not not really so I mean, I don't want to say that it's not allowed to promote. It's wrong to promote things generally. Like, I think there's a place for that, but I don't feel right about doing it. So I'd rather sort of see where someone's coming from and then say, well, this is how my system understands what you're doing. And if you like it, great. And if not, okay, maybe in next lifetime, maybe the one after that, maybe not, and it's all good. Oh, here's one if people want to check it out. I thought was pretty cool. Just really like chilled. I didn't get fully to the end, but I'm gonna finish it, and be interesting to see where everything goes. Do I have any published papers? No. And I know the sad thing is that I was supposed to at my job too, and I didn't. And it was always because I was just too busy with actually like doing the. I hate to sound like a cliche that I was just too busy doing cases like some type of Sherlock Holmes or whatever. Um, but it's like I take public service very seriously, and sometimes things have to be decided that are, you know, tough decisions have to be made. That's not an excuse for having no published papers, but I suppose it was just beyond my capacities to really publish a paper. However, um, not against it. I just wouldn't even know where to start with regards to that. So there's no, you know, citation that you can point to. I didn't identify that as a particularly high priority task, just given all the other tasks that it's not just how many things have to happen, it's how many things would be good if they happen that people aren't even thinking about. So I would honestly love to publish something as like a group effort though. Just on my own to have to like put something together, fine, do a review, fine. The point I'm gonna get real frustrated at is when they come back and have all this criticism. I mean, like, excuse me. And then I just can't get past that. That's obviously my flaw. If you want to call it a flaw, it's just the way that I am. I'm not a big fan of having to push back and forth infinity times. I was brought into quantum mechanics because I figured if I'm going to be taken seriously about what I say about consciousness based on the fact that I know from past experience that consciousness is something that's always going to be controversial on the face of it and the way that it's discussed, okay? Credibility is always a question. So you don't really want there to be a like gaps to credibility. And it's like, well, what's it mean to be credible in consciousness? And there's a bunch of different arguments you can make: psychology, theology, philosophy, etc. That's hard. But what brought me into quantum mechanics is that I figured physics, math would be the least assailable credibility thing, which obviously those who follow me know that I've, performatively done rather silly things in the name of sort of explaining that that doesn't really go that far, and that the belief that that's the case is largely a smokescreen for an appeal to authority, a hidden appeal to authority. It's like another one of these sort of things that keeps coming up. So, specifically, obviously, when I was before I was in school, it was clear that the most prestigious thing would have been physics or math or something like that. And authority is conferred upon is associated with prestige, I suppose. And then the whole finding the quantum periodic table and how that allows me to prove things about the information cardinality and the preservation of what have you across different orders. That was sort of incidental. I knew that I would discover something due to my blissful experiences. If you go really far in consciousness studies, it's there's, even if you're not that experienced, you can get some good benefits. Like people just basically pick up sitting, aka meditation, and they get benefits almost right away. And good for them. But to think that that's all that there is, well, no, it goes way beyond that, and there's various levels of perceptual certainty and how close that it's possible to get to like unconditioned awareness, I suppose. And then seeing the emptiness of emptiness, so to speak, how there is actual form information in quote nothingness, emptiness, which is what we can establish even materialistically through just the sheer density of matter to be the case, even though it's unintuitive. So I think the more interesting question is, you know, this thing that we maybe can't understand, why is it the case that our perceptual experience is so very different from it? And I think the QMPT is a good starting point for that in terms of accounting principle, but also as a justification for non-dualism in general. And it's like, don't reinvent the wheel. There's already a bunch of models that exist on the level that people think that they need to invent a model. Don't necessarily do that. And if you are doing that, realize that that's what you're doing and realize what scope of models you're interpolating in, and maybe see the value in interpolating within a broader scope of models because they all have their own virtues. But wouldn't really say I was like brought in to quantum mechanics. It's just a question of um, contextually, linguistically, pragmatically, what people mean or what is referenced. And the definition of quantum is very vague. So vague terms, when they have an associated prestige and end up being sort of puffed up and used in a way that there's this they're used as like a cultural currency, but then there's this associated lack of understanding because the only information really associated with the term is that, well, people like to signal status. So what brought me into quantum mechanics is the fact that there's like a fundamental yogic science, and quantum mechanics, I suppose, is in English one of the terms that is as close as one can be to the concepts that are in yoga. So yeah, hopefully that starts to clear it up. And thanks everyone for watching. See you next Sunday.